out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
Welcome.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Alexandra, I recently
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together.
Greetings! Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, GLOWomen, trend-setting women united to empower women globally.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. This is Amrita Sharma, welcoming you all to another episode at Healing Our Earth. Today's episode is another special one, which is based on an effort made by somebody who is really special on this earth. She's a mother, she's a daughter, she's a wife, she's a girlfriend, she's a girl, she is a woman. So today's episode is GLOWomen. Before we take you to the journey of these women who are joining us, the guests whom we have for today's episode, and also talking and sharing about a lot more topics and trend-setting women, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. I'm holding this affirmation. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. Let's join our hands together, closing our eyes, taking a deep breath inside. Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. GLOWomen, global women, trend-setting women, uniting women today for a better tomorrow. And that's the effort of GLOWomen. And today, for this episode, I have with me sweet and beautiful Alexandra Horwoods from Croatia, who is the episode producer of today's episode. Before she starts, let me say a few beautiful words about her so that you all know who she is. She's a journalist, she's an author, she's an activist, therapist, and also a lady with a beautiful heart. She was born in Croatia, lived in US, UK, Austria, Germany, and France. With her background in journalism, sociology, and political sciences, nowadays she is working in a wellness industry. And you can know much more tips from her about different aspects of what she's talented with. Global namaste to you, Alexandra. A very warm welcome to the Glow Women episode.
Global Namaste. Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita, for this nice introduction. So it's a really very special time. It's a very special episode. It's about women for women on this Healing Our Earth platform, free online platform, where we every Sunday deliver programs and tips for people, all age, all background, really globally. And this is like really nice that we today can just focus on women and talk about women issues only. But of course, it does not exclude men to join us and contribute to this episode.
Exactly. And this episode is live streamed at various partner channels globally in different countries. So you can watch through YouTube, through our website link, through Twitter, so Twitch, Instagram also. So what's special about today's episode, Alexandra? Please tell us. And you look very glowy today as well. So what is special? Do tell us.
Especially at the moment, I am in Rome, Italy. So you can see the espresso coming out of my pores and gelato and then Nishi said affogatos and, pizza, pasta and all of that. So definitely come and visit Rome. If you
did
can.
You get chance to meet any women there, or did you make some friends?
Yes. This is my friend's place where I'm staying at the moment. I met her in Germany. She's American, so it's like really global connection. And most of the women, I mean, all of the women that are guests today, I met from my global travels and like that. So it is really a privilege to be part of this platform. It's a privilege to be a woman. It's a privilege to be able to travel and meet people and also to share experiences and expertise with others.
Wow. And so this trend-setting women, can you spread some light on what are we going to have today in today's episode? What are we heading for? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. So usually when we have a Healing Our Earth episode, it's one topic. Like we talk about the mental fitness, mental health, or we talk about Ayurveda, or we talk about organ donor. We talk about specific topic. But today it's not going to be one topic. It's going to be women's issues and gender equality, but from different aspects, because each guest is an expert in her own field. And then I would really like her to manifest and to really introduce and teach us about her experience and give us some kind of introduction into her own journey and how it has been for her, and if she has some tips for other women, especially young women, because our episodes are also like really focused and emphasis is on teenagers and young women, to showcase what they can achieve, where they can go, what they can learn and teach later. So this is really that, just like showing young people especially about the possibilities that they can follow their dreams, what they have to do if they're different countries. That's why we have a really global audience and guests from different parts of the world, so from different continents, so everybody can also stay like maybe connected. Later we can share the emails and websites and everything, and then if there are any questions, we can continue answering them even after this live episode.
Definitely. And you're very right on that aspect. And I think, Alexandra, that women are really special, a special gift from God on earth. And every woman has its own story. Every girl has its own story. May it be with the family matters, may it be her personal life, may it be her physical, mental, and emotional turbulences, or may it be just chocolates and love for food, or cooking, or living with family. It's one of the very important aspects of women. And it's time to welcome our first guest, Branka from Serbia, isn't it, Alexandra? A global namaste to you, Branka. A very warm
Namaste.
welcome to Glow Women community as well as today's episode.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a warm welcome. Thank you to you and to Alexandra for giving this opportunity to talk about women's role, especially in global world, and talking about oneself, but having in mind that we are all connected globally. I was now listening to you and to this introduction and thinking about yes, I'm coming from Serbia, and I just wanted to share, given that we are talking about healing of our Mother Earth, to say that Serbia is primarily agricultural country, and that we produce 1/3 of the global product of raspberry, if you didn't know, also plum and sour cherry. So these are the products and lots of fruit that Mother Earth is especially giving us here in this part of the world. I also wanted to say Dobar dan, dobrodošli, to everybody who speak our languages from our part of the world, and to say maybe now a few words about myself. I was born in Belgrade in 75 and had a really nice childhood and an opportunity to study what I liked. I studied English language and literature and had a kind of a traditional development, finishing the faculty, starting working, getting a good job in an international organization where I still work, but slowly going out from the normal 9 to 5 kind of job. And this actually, I was in a professional transition in the last 10 years. First, I was working as an interpreter and then managing different processes in a, I can call this international organization where I work. It has a political aspect to it. I work in one diplomatic mission here in Belgrade. And throughout my work, I understood actually that a lot of reform issues and efforts that I have been participating in and contributing to professionally actually depend on group dynamics and also on personal and interpersonal relationships. And this got me interested in studying a bit about group dynamics, group relations, and I started attending some courses. And now I'm actually very close to finish my second faculty. I started studying in parallel to working 9 to 5 type of job. I started studying psychology, and also I started my education to become a psychotherapist. So I'm slowly now gravitating towards that profession, because, as I said, I had an opportunity, even maybe, as you mentioned, the privilege to be a part of some important political meetings, negotiations, and so on. But I understood that in order to have a profession where I can contribute in a more meaningful way, I need to kind of maybe work more to one-to-one or to people through group therapy in order to heal a lot of trauma that we, especially in this part of the world, have seen and endured, and which is spilling over to all different aspects of our life, from professional, but also very much private sphere, political sphere. And I hope that maybe in the next 20, 30 years, I will be able to do my small part in contributing to some healing of traumas, different traumas that we have been exposed to. And in that sense, since we are here attending a global event, I just wanted to mention one initiative that I'm participating to and sometimes contributing to organizing. It's an effort that started in Belgrade, but it's now growing globally, I would say. It's called Reflective Citizens. And we have developed a method for gathering people initially here first, but then in countries in the region. Now we have some branches in Italy. But during COVID, we also started organizing global international events, which are called International Reflective Citizens, where we gather at least twice a year and try to open up a space where people from different walks of life, from different countries and continents can think about their citizen role, which is being more and more endangered, I would say, with all the processes of globalization, of polarization, and I mean, such a speed technological development. To come back to the basics and think about our also responsibilities as citizens of our own towns, countries, but also citizens here from Belgrade perspective, citizens of Europe and also the world. So this is something that I wanted to mention as a potential also for maybe somebody, some of you who would be interested to join. I'm willing. I talk to my colleagues who are involved in this effort and my mentors, and they will be delighted that we also share invitations when we organize these events for those who are interested in exploring citizens' roles.
Perfect. Yeah, that's very nice, Branka.
Yes. So I don't know, this would be maybe a brief introduction about myself, where I'm coming from, where I'm heading. Maybe there are some questions, interests. I'm here to answer.
Thank you so much, Branka. This was a really extensive introduction to your world. And obviously you really kind of go from that global to more individual or group dynamics that you want to work on, and you are also still in the training, in this organization.
Yes.
Training. But have you noticed any difference, like in gender, like maybe in partnerships, even like professional business or even private, family partnerships, in gender roles in Serbia or Belgrade?
Yes. Well, it's also a big part of what I do in my this current 9-to-5 job. We call it, from the project management point of view, horizontal issue of gender equality. And gender is very much in the focus also of the organization where I work now. Serbia has adopted a law on gender equality in 2021. So, through my work, I'm also helping implementing the provisions of the law, especially in the security sector and police. But I was preparing for this meeting here today, and I'm kind of struck by the fact that actually after the Second World War, women in Serbia got, or Yugoslavia at the time, socialist Yugoslavia, actually in 1945 they got the right to vote. and also through the Constitution of Yugoslavia, the gender equality was guaranteed constitutionally even back then. So in a way, the let's say the legal aspects and the frameworks are there. However, we all know that the, let's say, very traditional culture that we still live in, and I would say due to very traumatic experiences that we have had in the last couple of decades, in the surveys, especially among young people, we see a lot of going back to more conservative and traditional points of view, especially when it comes to how young people see their roles. For example, as I said, in preparing for this, I read results of one recent survey among young people from 15 years old to 30 years old in Serbia. And it's interesting to see that, for example, young men believe here in Serbia that women and men are equal, whereas women, of course, young women have a different perspective. And they believe that there is no such, there is not enough equality, especially there is a challenge to accept women who are in the positions of authority and leadership roles. So, I mean, here we have, according to this recent new legislation, an obligation to have 1/3 of the, or 30% of the parliament that are women. Political parties have the obligation to have 40% of women on the electoral lists to be listed. However, in reality and what is our everyday political life, and I'm saying now that this from my own personal perspective, we see actually that even though on the paper women are participating equally in the political life, they are actually very much following the allegiance towards men who are the leaders, the presidents, the people who hold the actual power. And you know, this there is still much very much present the culture of knowing what is the women's role in the household, what is men's role, and unfortunately, it's as I said, because of some of the post-conflict legacies, and because of especially on to these traditional roles, Serbia is unfortunately facing with a lot of let's say violence, especially in
Violence.
between partners, domestic violence, and there is some ongoing campaign by the feminist organizations who are advocating for having femicide included as a special criminal act, because in the last 10 years, more than 400 women were killed, and some 40% were in partnership relations, but also in the roles of mothers, daughters, and so it is something that that is our reality. But I must say that also thanks to this, let's say, the way that I perceive it, some kind of a socialist heritage. There are strong women organization, and their voices here heard, even though the very dim parts of these realities are not easy to see by those who are in decision-making positions.
Great. That's really a very eye-opening reality that you have shared, Branka. What do you perceive and think? What is according to the current situations and how women have started up their social reforms on their different bases, as you are mentioning? Is the society accepting the norms, or they are really understanding the value and are ready to accept the changes? What do you perceive yourself saying there, that how much more time will it take for these changes to come, and what will be your interest areas in that? Over to you.
Well, very interesting question. And when it comes to these, changes that go deep into the cultural aspect of life, in my view, I cannot tell you now how many years, but I believe that it is going to be a long path. And I must say, by observing, at least from private, professional, and other lenses, it is a process that gains some positive results, but there is always some kind of, two steps forward, one step back approach. But I think it is unstoppable. This is my feeling. Also, looking at my own family, my friends, and people that I get in touch with. And when it comes to what I can personally contribute, that was your second question. Well, I think that, and I was just having a dinner yesterday with two of my friends from high school. We recently had 30th anniversary of high school graduation. And they, one is a mother, she's working, as a lawyer, she doesn't like the job and so on. But they said that what was interesting for them is that I decided to change my profession, and that I'm, investing, and they see this as some kind of a positive example that it is possible, if one makes a decision, that it is possible to change, even though it can look that you have some kind of a steady course and you did everything according to the script, and you fulfilled certain things, but that there is a possibility to change. And I think also that me being a future psychotherapist, with my own work, with my own attitude, with my own values, through contacts with future clients, I think that is the best way of my personal contribution.
Wonderful. Wow, that's amazing. Branka, I would like to introduce you to Seema Bhatia from London. She is our kitchen episode producer, as well as a wonderful lady, and you will always love meeting her. She has wonders of magic in her hands, and I think there are a lot of common professions that a lot of women love in common. And this is one among them. So, Alexandra, let's together welcome Seema Bhatia. Global Namaste, Seema.
Global
Hello, welcome.
Namaste to all you wonderful, glowing ladies. What a wonderful session we have today. Thank you, Amrita, for your very, very sweet and kind words. And to Alexandra for producing this episode. So much time and effort. I thank you. And Priyanka, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too.
I really enjoyed your conversation about gender equality in your country now. I was just reading a little bit as you were speaking, and it says that Serbia ranks 19th out of the 156 countries worldwide in gender equality. And this was implemented, more gender equality rules were implemented in 2021. Am I right?
Yes, so the law on gender equality was adopted in 2021. And
Okay.
now is being implemented in terms of gender-sensitive budget, gender-sensitive language, these issues.
Yet at the same time, sadly, there is still a visible amount of child labor present in Serbia. Am I right?
Child labor, it
To a
is,
certain extent, as there is in
yes,
many countries, sadly
to a
so.
certain extent, yeah.
So within that bracket, although it may be small, the numbers I have are 82,000 between the age of 5 to 17. It may be more or less now. How is gender equality? Are there any movements towards gender equality within that young, sensitive age group of age 5 to 17? Is there
Yes.
other movements working? Because child labor, A, is not on, and B, if it is on, these children should not be subject to gender inequality. They're very sensitive. You know, this.
Absolutely, absolutely. I cannot now recall any specific organization that is dealing with the issue of child labor here in Serbia. As I said, there are a lot of women organizations and feminist organizations that are active, and I know from cooperating with some of them that they are also addressing this issue even though they are maybe focusing more on maybe gender-based violence and things like that. But I believe that they are also, whenever possible, raising their voice against this still present issue, even though maybe not so visible, I would say.
Now, you mentioned that domestic violence is still, although there is a lot of movement towards gender equality, domestic violence still is very prominent. 400 women were killed, and you mentioned something. 40% of the women are still adopting their roles as the perfect mother, perfect daughter, whatever. If I heard you correctly, there are a lot of strong women organizations. A lot of voices are being heard. Society is accepting the changes slowly, and as you mentioned, it's going to take a very long time. My concern is for that bracket of women that are caught in that gender inequality strata. Are there any? They must be subject to an immense amount of anxiety and stress. Are there any programs being offered by the women's organizations as breathwork, meditation, centering yourself, to be able to cope, with these issues? And how prominent are these organizations, and how successful are they in implementing all these stress release techniques within that strata?
Thank you,
Seema,
Seema.
we can know.
And
Yeah.
Branko, before you answer that, keep the answer ready. We'll come back to you. We need to move on to South Africa here, where Debbie is waiting. Alexandra, introduce Debbie to us, and then in a general chit-chat, we'll ask Branko to give reply to that. Over to you, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Seema. Thank you, Branka. Yeah, we'll come back to you. If you have time, please stay around.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I
please
will.
stay around. Yes.
Thank you so much, and warm welcome to Debbie, or Debs, how I call her, from Johannesburg. I also met her just like a Healing Our Earth platform and projects. I met Debbie through COVID. There was like a COVID support for communities, global support through Rashid Ogunlaru, British Library entrepreneur, coach, and writer, author. So he introduced Debbie and her mother to me. So Debbie, would you like maybe to say also, please, this is a global platform, but we would really like everybody to use their local languages, so if you want to also speak and say something in your own language of your communities, please be welcome to do so. And my warmest global welcome to you. And I don't know if your mom is there and your community, but welcome to the Healing Our Earth women only.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Greetings to everybody. What a wonderful occasion to be present with you all today. I just love the fact that there are communities like this growing across the world and creating platforms for conversation, for sharing, and for learning together from each other across cultures, across countries, across continents. I mean, the joys of technology. I love saying that we need to use technology to our advantage, even though it gets a lot of bad messaging sometimes. We definitely can use it for the positive as well. And as you've mentioned, Alex, the way that we met during COVID, I remember so clearly how the world was thrust into going online, and we had to figure out how to do Zooms and Google Meets, and we had no idea. And here we are 3-4 years later, and we are now officially using this as our normal day-to-day interaction. So that's really phenomenal to see what progress has happened. So as mentioned, my name is Debbie Cockrell, from Johannesburg, born and raised in the city. I was very fortunate and privileged after my tertiary studies at hotel school to start traveling at the age of 21. And my first country that I experienced was the Republic of Ireland. And that was really an incredible eye-opening experience for me of what it's like to move beyond your country and your community and see what other people in other places do and how they live, and what does that mean in terms of your working experience. And I basically spent about 10-15 years working in the hospitality sector. And that's where I was really fortunate to be able to travel the world, work on cruise ships, work in different parts of South Africa as well, in different roles, from chefing to waitressing to restaurant, food and beverage management, and then also in the lecturing space within the sector. But I got to a point in my career and I realized this is not what I'm going to be able to do for the next 20 years or 30 years at that point. And just as the previous speaker mentioned, you know, we do have the choice to change and to develop in other areas. And that's exactly what I did. 10 years ago, I joined my mom, Lorraine, who is the founder of our NPO called Slovo Center of Excellence. And that was founded by my mom in 2005. So just about 19 years going into its 20 years next year. And I joined her really as a 6-month sort of think around, what am I going to do with my career? What am I going to do with my skills? How am I going to, you know, just try and find a little bit more purpose in what I'm doing, rather than looking at work as a sort of transactional kind of encounter, and really attempt to find a bit of purpose and meaning in terms of my adult life. And never in my wildest dreams did I think that that 6-month break helping my mom in the nonprofit organization working with children would lead to that career change, which I now find myself in, which is really the social entrepreneurship journey. And this sort of title or phrase in the South African landscape is not very well known. It's starting to take some traction and it's starting to develop, which is really exciting. But social entrepreneurship is really about looking at grassroots-based issues, challenges, and community-based problems. And how do we find ways to address those challenges? It could be running programs, it could be different types of community interventions. And so there's a really close link between the nonprofit sector in terms of community-based work, and then leaning into how do we sustain that from a profitable sort of angle, where any profits generated or any impact generated goes back into that entity or into the community itself. So it's a really harrowing space. It's not an easy space to be in, but I do find it extremely fulfilling. I get to meet incredible people every day. I get to engage in conversations that matter on a global level. I loved the previous comments from the questions to the group earlier, touching on children and how they are impacted with child labor. It's a very, very, very important topic, and sometimes also impacted by more than labor, but just the violence in communities, the socioeconomic circumstances within the home, within countries for that matter. And that's a big part of the work that we do as well in terms of advocacy for children's rights. And one of those rights is the right to play. So I'm going to leave it there for now, and we can then pick up a little bit maybe based on some of your questions, Alex.
Thank you so much, Debbie. So you did study, first of all, you studied now at the University of Johannesburg,
Correct.
social economic development and everything.
Correct.
Really, I mean, you emerged as a social entrepreneur now, and you're chair of this toy library. And
Correct.
could you please tell us more about Slovo and Toy Library
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So Slovo Center of Excellence, as I mentioned, is the nonprofit organization. We run programs based on toy libraries. And toy libraries are centers or opportunities where children can have access to play resources. And this is the language that children learn in. This is the language that children engage about their families, their communities. It doesn't matter their demographic. It doesn't matter if they have male or female. The language that children speak and grow is through the language of play. And so within that construct, we are connected as members to an entity called the Toy Library Association of South Africa. I'm currently the chairperson for that entity, and our role is really advocacy for play, as well as development of the sector within the South African landscape. That could be anything from hosting seminars to training and development opportunities, and just building network around the importance of toy libraries and the work that they do as a value add and a support space within community. We are then in turn connected to ITLA, which is the International Toy Library Association, and these now are toy libraries in every single country in the world. From Brazil to Mexico to the US to Europe to Australia, there's incredible toy libraries being run. And so it's a beautiful, another type of community where we advocate for play. There's also a big sustainability angle to that, because a lot of children outgrow their toys. And so what happens is they end up in landfills, and that's its own kind of conversation in terms of sustainability and environmental issues. But toy libraries actually play a pivotal role, because we can actually recycle those toys. You know, you can get them to children who don't have access, or you can pass on the joy of playing with the thing once your child has outgrown. So there's that sort of broader umbrella network that we work in. And then within that context, there are organizations like the Lego Foundation or UNICEF that we work with. We've just this year launched the inaugural International Day of Play, which we're very, very proud of, has been taken onto the United Nations annual calendar for the first time. So that'll be the 12th of June every year. And that, once again, is just to bring to top of mind the importance of children's right to play, the importance of children's right to safe spaces to play. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, UNICEF's statistics on that was that globally 160 million children are involved in child labor. So when we start looking at those numbers and those dynamics, we start to realize how important it is, wherever we are, in whichever country or landscape, the importance of raising these sort of issues, even though we may not be directly working within the child labor sector, but we certainly play a role within that ecosystem of making sure that children can access play and access play resources.
Thank you so much, Debbie. I mean, you work a lot with communities and it promote awareness, and also about the waste management. I know education, green initiatives. Now you also work on community green projects and, you know, food security.
I have to share about this amazing organization. We started in 2021, once again out of COVID. Just looking around our community, a group of residents within my community came together, and we were just disturbed by the litter, the waste, just the state of the environment in our area. And I think, you know, in South Africa, we're very mindful, and I suppose globally as well, that, you know, the sort of normal habit is to point fingers and to say, why isn't this being done? And why isn't this being fixed? And to really recognize our role as change makers, as agents of change, as social activists for that matter, is to say, what can I do about this problem? It's not always at the global level, it's right on our doorsteps in our community. And so that was the formation of Community Green Projects 3 years ago. We're going in for our 3rd year. And we're currently a woman-led organization, 4 amazing women, including myself, across different age groups, across different skill sets, who are driving this advocacy in our community, from waste management to food security with community food gardens, to education and awareness, and just really trying to get that light bulb going in terms of what can I do in my space. It's not always about out there, but really about looking within your immediate environment. And when we look at things from that lens, we start to realize just how much there is to be done and how many hands are needed. So, you know, from a global perspective, the more we have active citizenry growing, the better it is, because that eventually starts to trickle down to the individual level. And that's really where we play in terms of activating in our communities.
Thank you, Debbie. So maybe this is like to connect with Branka's, this Reflective Citizens also organization. And I know you're also active in Rotary, and you also do these African diversity tours for international students now to come and really where they would meet and also work with children. So there are so many projects. I know you are I think this was just like wonderful introduction. We will stay in touch and host
Thank you
as a guest.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
Alexandra,
so much for the
Debbie, this is really very lovely, I would say, rather than anything else. Marvelous and lovely. 2 beautiful words for you, because this is for the first time I have really heard about something as the right to play. This is so important, I would say, because we all now, being women from a girl, have forgotten to play, are caught in all these modules of mental, emotional, physical health issues. I don't know what. And it reminded me of a day. To be very honest, I would just share an experience, and we go to Kailashji and take her question. Um, I teach Ayurveda and well-being programs globally. And one day I took my child, he was just 4 years old, and I asked him to play with another child. He was 3 years old, and my child never knew English, and he also never knew English. And for 3 hours, they both were playing, and they never complained. And his name is Apple, and my son's name is Arindam, and both of them, without knowing each other, they just played for 3 continuous hours, and they wanted to play more. That is the power of playing with
100%.
love. And that's what is
100%.
reflected from children, and that's what we forget when we get elder. And this kind of a right can never be taken up from the children, because it's very important for their social skill development, for their cognitive skill development, for their mental skill development, and physical well-being. And what a marvelous thing. I would like Debbie to introduce you to Kailash Parekh, who is our environmental lead also for our environmental episodes. We have been working with her, and she is an amazing lady who's involved in so many projects related with environmental issues and green community. So Kailash, your question, as well as please introduce yourself to Debbie. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. And I'm absolutely honored to be here today talking about a very important topic about women and empowerment and all of us getting together, to support each other. And so, as Amrita said, I'm Kailash Parekh, and I'm from the UK, from the Northwest, a city called Preston, not very far from Manchester. So, and I've been very much interested in environmental issues, as well as my profession, which is in education, adult education. But basically, what I'm really heartened to hear, Debbie, about the project that you've been involved in. Certainly the community aspect of it, because most of my work has been out in the community, whether it's education, making that social change, getting involved in politics or in any community projects. This is me, and this is where my empowerment came, through me being involved in these community initiatives, building my own, confidence to be able to go out there and say, yes, I can contribute as well. I've got a voice as well, and I can do something. So I think that empowerment, real empowerment, came through those kind of community initiatives and projects. And what a difference that, you know, you're making. And, you know, we talk about positive role models. You spoke about your mother so much. And again, it's those kind of women coming together, women supporting each other. And this is what I'm really, really love about this group, is that we can make a real difference to those communities, not just locally like I've been doing and nationally, but now we've got this opportunity to work globally. And I just wanted to come in and congratulate you. And I just love those words that you like: social change, empowerment, education. And one of the, as being part of this GLOWomen, I'd like to take a lead on the education and empowerment. And this is something I would really like to work with you, all lovely ladies, if we can all work collectively and, you know, do our little bit for the community and the world. Thank you.
Wow, that's really nice, Dr. Kailash. And thank you so much. We will keep this in mind, and definitely you will be working to lead, and in combination of all the hands as we go from one continent to another. Look how beautiful and talented women we are having. And it is so nice that people at different spheres are working in so many beautiful ways to make the realization of importance of the values that are human values and social norms. I think women have an ingrained sense of understanding because they are pretty emotional, they are sentimental, they understand pretty small sensitive topics that some of them have self-experience, some of them are into the experience of hearing people or through their peer pressures or other family pressures, and some of them, they want to do something before they die. So let's put on hands together, and wonderful effort, Alexandra, for putting up everyone together. This is really very nice, Debbie. You have been working on all these things. We will be definitely in touch with you, Alexandra. So let's club up all together and let's make a complete fist of having a globe together with the GLOWomen to walk on further, where every woman will be stepping ahead for this, not this generation, for the next generation, the 22nd century women, because it is not the legacy that we want. It's the legacy we want to spread and give for our future generation. And that's very, very important, I think, because with this time, the kind of things we have seen, the kind of experiences our mothers and grandmothers have seen, maybe it's time we are walking much more better, but it's very important to give our future generation the very best of what we have. And it's amazingly lovely to know. In fact, we are having a lot of guests from South Africa, and we keep working with them. But the kind of concepts you shared about developing green communities, a lot of people have been working on environmental issues and talking about the child labor. And so I wanted to know from you, apart from this, what is the status of child labor in South Africa, as Branka told us about Serbia? So what is the status of child labor there? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And just to say thank you to, is it Kailash, Dr. Kailash, for her words. I look forward to continued interaction. Definitely, we cannot talk about education without talking about children. So just to kind of leave that nugget within that context, because it is about the future. And just maybe a little bit of interesting nugget is that the research done on play and play-based learning in particular is directly linked to 21st century skills. Creative thinking, collaboration skills, teamwork, problem solving, all of those come through in play. So I just wanted to leave that with you as well. But regarding child labor and in terms of statistics in South Africa, I honestly do not have any of that information at hand. What I can say that is very, very evident in the South African landscape is what we refer to as child-headed households, where the parents have both passed on, maybe a grandparent has also passed on, and you suddenly find the elder sibling taking care of 3 or 4 or more younger siblings. So that is something that's very evident in the South African landscape. It could be a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old with 3 or 4 younger kids, and they would then be part of programs that support them with basics like maybe, you know, a weekly food parcel or that sort of thing. But if we look at healthy communities, that is not a healthy solution. You know, children should not necessarily be forced into a position where they have to become adults overnight through earning and looking at households and how to keep those going. That's for the adults. So it is a challenge from a different sort of perspective when it comes to the child labor conversation. But I do know one of our other big challenges in the child sort of landscape is human trafficking, children being trafficked through the country or from the country, missing children. That is a big challenge in our country, and it just means that we don't have safer communities. So within, you know, advocating for safe communities through play, through toy libraries, through environmental initiatives, within that entire ecosystem of advocacy and change making is to make and build safer communities. This directly then starts to impact that sort of child labor conversation, because children should be thriving in their communities. They should be childing, not adulting. You know, that's what we have to do. And so in advocacy and really engaging these conversations is to really look at how do we make communities safer as a means to that problem solving within the child labor conversation.
Thank you, Debbie. Stay around, please stay around. And Alexandra, it's time to move from Debbie, from South Africa to Mexico with Myra. And let's have her introduction. And then we have a panel chat with everyone. Hands on. Okay. Over to you, Alexandra. Global Namaste, Myra.
Global Namaste.
Kindly unmute yourself. And Alexandra, please introduce her to our community as well, and
thank you so
today's episode.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Hola, Mayra. How are you?
Hola, namaste.
On your wedding yesterday. And thanks so much for taking time to be today with us, Myra. So, Myra, you are, as I know you, you are a physicist and chemist, and you're a scientist. And then recently, although not very recent, but like maybe last 10 years or even more, you changed your profession from this right from children to play, from right of children to be born, and right of women have childbirth, natural childbirth. So you became a traditional midwife. Would you like us to tell more about that yourself?
Sure. Okay, thank you very much for all of you for having me and have this opportunity to share with you a little bit about these extraordinary experiences about accompanying the women in the home birth. And I think that is not so far from my professional career as a scientist, as a researcher, because it's almost the same, but since different point of view, different systems of reference. And well, I think that the most important thing in order to have this different decision about my life was that I became pregnant, and my first my first daughter. I have a home birth, magnific, incredible home birth with a midwife in Mexico, and that changed all my life, my way of understanding life. And I started to introduced by myself in the universe of midwifery, particularly in the traditional midwifery world. So since 11 years, more or less, I started to have to having home births like a midwife, but my studies started 16 years ago. So I think that is very important to have the opportunity to have the experience about life. That means connected with our body, with our baby, because I think that today is like to have something not like a ritual or something sacred, but just without consciousness. I don't know if se dice conciencia.
Yeah. Is this you wrote a book about that as well, and you hold courses about that, isn't it? You teach others now as well.
As well, yes. In fact, I'm here in France also. Well, I met my husband in France because since 3 years ago, I came each day to France to share some ancestral knowledge of no. Sorry for my English. I know it's not good pronunciation, but I'm happy that I have my friend and my student and my sister Lee behind of me, not behind, sino al lado, next to me, and she's helping to say the words. So
Please bring her
conocimiento,
on the screen, no problem.
know this.
Please bring her on the screen. Yeah,
Vente.
she's doing a wonderful job.
Oh, magnifique. Great. So I
Lovely.
would like to
Good.
introduce you, Lee. She had her third baby with me at home in her village. It is a small village, 10 minutes far from my small town, and it started a beautiful friendship. And now she's also learning about traditional midwifery. So together we take care of the woman, sometimes before to the conception, then during all the pregnancy stage, we are together in the labor of the pregnant woman, then when she is having the baby, and then we take care of them in the postpartum stage around 42 days. We call it cuidados posparto en la medicina tradicional de la partería mexicana. And we used to do postpartum bath with herbs and some kind of massage, but traditional massage, Mexican massage. Well, she came to France for to be with me in my wedding, my second wedding in my life. So I'm very excited, very happy. She's Lee.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Hey, yeah.
I want to say something about her because I think she is she's keeping herself a little bit short of all what she does. First of all, she's a great person. She's a marvelous midwife. She not only keeps company to the pregnant woman during from the time before she gets pregnant or when she's pregnant and during birth and after, but what she does is always done from a place of love. And I think that makes a great difference in the way babies are being born, in the way babies are being welcomed into this world. And now she is teaching women. Well, she's here in France teaching women. She's sharing that way of keeping company and that right we all have to be born in a place of love and respect, in a place of where the woman and the baby's rights are respected, her wishes and their needs, both the woman and the baby, are put first. Because that's what she does, and that's what she's sharing, and that's what she's teaching. And that's a marvelous way to be born.
Pues explica
Thank
que es
you,
una
thank you. And
pregunta
can you tell
mexicana.
her, can you tell her we are so proud of her because it's the women who gives birth to humanity. And she is the perfect person just next to God. And tell her that the women organization will be in touch with her because midwife and giving birth is one of the sessions that women will be carrying around. Stay around, we've just got a surprise. Seema, you've got something lined up at the moment, so what have you got lined up for us?
Basically, really, what I wanted to say is what you're doing as a doula, as a midwife. Yes, I have something even more special lined up before I jump into that. Please, everyone, hold on to that. Amrita, you did not tell us that it was your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, lovely lady. From all of us, our whole team, we want to
Thank you
say
so much.
that you're so special. We love you so much. We wish you
Thank
all
you
the
so
joy,
much.
oodles of joy, love, abundance, good health, happiness from all of us at Healing Our Earth with bubbles and hearts. And I want to jump out of the screen, and Alexandra, I'm sure, wants to jump out of the screen, and we want to give you a big cuddle. So a big virtual
Oh,
hug.
thank you
Happy
so much.
birthday.
Bless you.
Hope you had a lovely
Thank you.
day, and hope you got
Yes.
thoroughly spoiled.
Yes. I think
Amrita, from
yes.
everybody at Healing Our Earth, a very good and a happy and a best and a happiest
Thank you.
birthday because you are a wonderful soul. You are very simple, yet you are very caring. So we wish you a very happy birthday. I think Seema was going to sing for you. We'll bring her back later. We've got Nuran in South Africa. We've got her now, the video on. Alexandra, go ahead with Nuran before we move to the next guest. Thank you. Mayra, we are very proud of you. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very
Muchas
much for
gracias,
all of
Myra.
you.
We'll be taking you very shortly again because we want to have more conversations.
And
Yes.
I'd like to say one thing for you, Myra. Eres
Yes.
maravillosa.
Gracias.
Maravillosa.
Maravillosa. You're marvelous in everything you're doing.
Maravillosa.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you. I can say only vamos a la playa. But we do that. We'll do that soon. Thank you so much, everyone. I mean, Debs, Myra, everyone who was here. So we are going from, South Africa to Mexico, France, and now we are back to South Africa to my dear friend, Nuran. Nuran is also someone who is working in community for the community and not only right for the children to be born in a lovely way, not just to play, but also to have food. So Nuran, please unmute yourself, and I would like you to introduce yourself and your project called Hunger Has No Religion. Please unmute yourself, Nuran. I'm so sorry, I get always emotional.
Well, Alexandra, Nuran, can you hear us? Kindly unmute yourself. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Global
Hi,
Namaste.
hi everybody.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Nuran Gain. I run an organization called Hunger is No Religion. I've been running this project for the past, well, it's going on now for almost 12 years. So we basically, I see to the needs of all the children in South Africa regarding food-wise, young girls, sanitary-wise, but my main focus is on feeding the underprivileged in South Africa. So we do a feeding from Monday to Saturday. So we do about 400 people daily. So we've also spread our wings now to helping babies that are born in hospitals, mommies that can't afford to have, clothing for their babies. So we're helping out at hospitals now. So Hunger has sort of spread its wings a little bit now. We're doing disaster management. I'm just trying to fit my way in everywhere I can, but my main focus is, and it will always be, feeding the underprivileged.
And if we can say, Nuran has done this house in the garage, just make food because she's a teacher and she can stand losing the income and the food without having food. So she just does it with her family and whoever contributes. And we introduced also Deb and other organizations for Nuran. And yeah, I mean, Nuran is just amazing person, going also currently through a lot. Her mom-in-law is passing away slowly. She has cancer, so we did not know until last moment if she will be able to join. But really, thank you, Nuran, for joining. Thank you for everything you're doing. It's amazing.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Nuran, I think life is very beautiful. Just remember this thing. You're doing a very good deed, and being a beautiful soul, your deeds will definitely help you, not only you, but others as well. And help your mother-in-law because she's in the tough time. Let her pains be away. Let she get more breath as well as the life, which is very beautiful, because right to live is very important, and right to live happily is more important than that. And if we can give happiness and health to anybody in any way, that's the best aim with which we as souls are born, I think so. And
thank you so much.
Our best wishes for whole Healing Our Earth family, and especially from our director, Neil Kumar. We all wish you a very best for the deeds you are doing, and we are here to support you and join hands with you as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuran, so much.
Thank you
for joining. We'll stay in touch, and all the best.
Alexandra, wipe your tears up, because nobody else will wipe in the world. That's the biggest thing about the women. Remember that, okay? Word is there to give the tears, but we are there to wipe them up. So wipe in front of the screen right now. Right now, like this. Roll your hands. It's a GLOWomen face massage. It's a very good massage. And let's welcome from Croatia, Denisa as well. Sima, it's time to welcome.
Yes. Amrita, it is nice to have emotion, because women's emotion are the family emotion, humanity emotion. And Alexandra has been going on for several years, because one of the things she wants to do is a foundation, because she loved her mother, who is still with her. She is there in a spirit. And Alexandra is very keen to help humanity. And Nuran, who is doing exactly that. And now for our next guest, Amrita, she's very exciting because she's a journalist, but she's also a PR consultant, the exact kind of person you want in your women group, who can actually promote women and everything. She's also a friend of Alexandra. Alexandra, tell us more about her, and let's go from here.
Thank you so much. And yes, I apologize for my emotionality. Danica, if you can unmute yourself. And she knows me very well that I'm an emotional person. We used to be flatmates during our studies. We studied journalism and political sciences together. So she knows me very well. That's my way to be. I just get everything. I get very emotional about things. But it's not about me. It's now about Danica. Danica is a journalist, a famous journalist in Croatia. She's working in her party, Socialist Democratic Party. Maybe you can take more of that. But at the moment, also she works in theater. It's called like a Zagreb Theater, Youth Theater. So she works with actors. She's a PR for them. So she's like also very multifaceted lady. She has 2 children. She wrote books. She wrote books about judo, marathon runner. So maybe we can start with that being a journalist, a woman, female journalist, and then going into the politics and that culture of politics and women in politics, maybe, if you don't mind, Dani. So thank you for joining.
Okay. Hello to everyone. Thank you, Alexandra, for inviting me. And I have to say, I'm really touched, deeply touched with this report from South Africa. So I understand how you can be emotional always, especially now. Now it seems for me a little, I don't know what to say after South Africa, because it seems to talk about journalists and journalism and politics. I was deeply in touch with politics in high level. So now to talk, they are wrong about all wrong. They are guilty for everything wrong in the world, I would say. So now I'm talking to you from my vineyard house, not far from Zagreb city, capital of Zagreb. This is my retreat here to nature from daily stress. So I take care here for my aromatic herbs and so on. And my dog Misho also enjoy here running through the forest alone or with me. So as I am introduced by Alexandra as a senior public relations consultant, but prior I was a journalist for 20 years, covering mostly politics, reporting from parliament and from government. And that time in the region here in Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, there was a war from 1991 till 1995. So I went also to war zones, especially in Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, that was surrendered city in that time. And as a journalist, I also followed the post-war reconciliations as well. And it was difficult time for many nationalities in Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Serbia, and whole region. Too much hate, lots of wounded people, dead people, destroyed cities, destroyed lives. So it was difficult. The war was hard on everyone, and I would say we are still in healing process here. Here, I thought I would be journalist forever, I must say, but after the war, I left. I left journalism after I published a serious affair about cigarette smuggling in the region, as well as I published serious corruption affairs of politicians in Croatia. So nothing happened as usual. Politics overshadowed everything. Many of my colleagues, journalists, were beaten or lost their job like me, because they opened too many corruption affairs. That was during 19th and early beginning of 2000. In that time, I concluded that nothing more can be done in that moment in Croatia with investigative journalism. So what happened? If you can't beat them, join them. But I joined an opposition politician from Social Democrat Party, Mr. Ivo Josipovic. I persuaded him to run in the presidential campaign. And I led his election campaign that time as public relation consultant, and he won. And he won also, of course, I did with a bunch of people that, and he won on his anti-corruption agenda. That was very important in that time in Croatia. So he became the president of Croatia 2010, and I became head of cabinet of the president and ran the presidential office for 5 years. That means coordinating activities of head of, excuse me, my mobile phone, of head of state, state protocol, and press department. So having finished with the mandate for former president of Croatia, so I worked then with the Prime Minister in Croatia, Zoran Milanovic, who is nowadays President of Croatia, also as public relation consultant in 2 times in the parliamentary elections. So I would say that was very good result in the end. So it was too much, presidential election, 2 times parliamentary election. I don't know how many times local election, and I decided to move on. Too much stress and too much things and too much situation when you feel that you can't change really everything, that you just can talk and talk and talk, and that we didn't do too much. So now after that, I'm still PR consultant for some non-government organization. And I work for Zagreb Youth Theater. This is contemporary theater. I'm also PR consultant there for media. And I really endlessly enjoy working with actors. At least they are much better actors than politicians. So, but I'm not a stranger in the culture field. I'm also a writer. I publish 2 novels for young adults about friendship created in sport club, in judo club. So the title is Loving Judo, Loving Sandra. You can find the book in English on Amazon. I was surprised that I was awarded for this book from the World Judo International Federation because of popularization judo as a sport through the literature. I do not practice judo. My husband does or did. I'm a runner, half marathon runner. But in judo, I have found something from novel philosophy from the Japan, of culture and education, of respect of the opponent, of how the weaker can defeat the stronger. And I use the topic because there was a lot of problem with peer violence in Croatia in schools. So I found there a plot for my book, how the boys who started badly with fights in schools among peers and bring it into the judo club. But there is the judo coach, sensei, who transforms this aggression because he developed a team atmosphere, which is very important for winning in competitions. And they make lifelong friendship among the boys. And I was surprised again because the book was very well received among the kids, and it's now is on the reading list in primary schools in Croatia. So I wrote a second novel. I'm taking you to Tokyo, and because of that, I was a guest of International Judo Federation in Japan, and there I was for a month, and I was looking for authentic description for my second novel. So. And in the end, back on the beginning of my profession, journalism. So now I'm finishing a novel for adults about hypocrisy in politics and hypocrisy in love life. So I would say we have been hypocrites since biblical times, you know. So that's about me, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Danica. Thank you for letting us know about
Do you cry? No, you're smiling now. Okay.
Yet, but knows what's going to come. You know me, I change very quickly from tears to laughter. But it's just nice to know that you're still working also as an author. And is there anything that you would maybe suggest for the young female writers, like, or writers, wannabe writers in publishing world? I mean, it's not easy to publish, I know, in Croatia. Is there anything you would advise them, whom to approach, how to go about that?
I'm afraid I can't say something much so clever, you know, but it's for writer is always very, very important to not doubt in yourself and just trying and trying. If you feel the emotion of your story in your heart, in your stomach and your head, just write. You have to write. And of course, as I ask you to read my text before it's finishing, that's also very good to give some friends to read and hear the advice. And yeah, that's it. Just write.
And be confident, no? Be confident.
Yes, that's most important, yeah. And also read the other authors. So you have to read so much, you know, that it's the best way for writing. You have to read, not only write. Read.
Thank you, perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone. A happy birthday to girl. I forgot the name. Amrita, happy birthday.
Thank you so much for your wishes. And you really said very right. It's very important to read before you start writing. And I think writing not only just a book, but writing in its own way is a big way to express your mental feeling and emotional feeling, which helps so many people. And writing on different topics in an artistic form. And in fact, it helped me in COVID a lot when I started writing, and I had immense time. And sketching and penning down certain things is a lovely art to relax yourself, because you ease down your emotion, and it's really lovely to have it scripted. And once, when you look back in future times, you will see what I was thinking and what was happening, and that makes
even
you again pass a smile to
very good.
yourself. Writing a diary is also a very good thing. And you have told amazing tips, I would say, and definitely we would like to have you with us to share so much of, you have so much experience on political grounds, as well as understanding women and other kind of things in relation to socio-political relationship. So that's really wonderful. Let's have a quick comment from and have a discussion with Dr. Kailash, as we have, and we also have Debbie and Myram and Branka. So let's go, Alexandra, let's go clockwise and take up the comments of, as we have reached to this part of our GLOWomen episode, what is their perspective. And as we have different countries and continents, you see, Alexandra, it's so beautiful. People from, all the women are from different facets, wonderful talents, wonderful glowing beautiful faces, and wonderful values that they can give to the society. And these values not only promote society but themselves as well. So let's have a talk. Yes, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita. Yes, so we had so far, I think only 4 women, but as if we heard like the half of humanity's stories. No, it's like just been very empowering. We use this word empowerment, but it is about power, as Danica and also Branka talked about, power from individual to global to organizational. it's something that we have to, I think, question and re-question regularly and talk about. I mean, write about is amazing, but I think talk about, think about, pray about, you know, do something about the power. What is the power? What is the harmony? How do we enhance this self-empowerment, like Danica said, confidence in young writers, right, young authors, artists, whoever it is, but also to open the door to this kind of self-compassion. Like Danica, she has this like vineyard where she goes to recharge. No, Debbie, she is a foodie. She likes to do nice things and treat herself. You know, Branka, also I know that you do yoga and also into natural healings and things like that. Myra changed from going from scientific academic area into traditional midwifery. It's really interesting how we kind of, most of us did switch our roles and switch our roles constantly in this dynamic process called life.
Yeah, and in fact, we have certain couple of questions that are coming up, which talks about how does the concept of women's empowerment differ across various cultures and regions. That is a very, very interesting question, and that's you know, it's such an important thing, because what I witness in India is very different from what Dr. Kailash is witnessing, and we have this question is coming from our technical director, Nishit Kotik. So let's have him directly to ask questions, because he is not easily found otherwise. A global namaste to you, Nishit Bhai. And sorry for missing everybody. Yes, and he's a very lovely soul, very, very nice person, and he takes care of his wife very nicely. We come to know so many things about that as well. And yes, so here we have all the women and your question.
Absolutely. I thought it's a absolutely wonderful session today, and happy birthday to you, first of all.
Thank you, Nishit Bhai. Thank you so much.
And it's a fantastic subject, but I know it's something that needs to be worked on, I think, to make even more progress than where we are at the moment. So I had a few questions. If it's okay, I can just ask them. So the number one thing is, when we talk about the concept of women's empowerment, how does this differ across various cultures and regions around the world? Because we are here with a global audience, and this same topic is perceived so differently around the world. So maybe a few of the ladies who are from different parts of the world can share.
Okay, so we can have a comment from Debbie and then move to Branka and then Myra and Kailash. Yes, over to you.
Thank you. I'm happy to jump in on this one. I think it's such a vital question, because the word power already feels very masculine. And I think this is part of our challenge when we describe issues related to women. And perhaps within understanding this question is to understand, what does power mean for us in our country as a woman? You know, it's such a heavy word. And I think definitely from my experience, it's a big part of it is having a seat at the table where decisions are made, whether those are economic decisions or political decisions or decisions about anything that affects us all from a day-to-day perspective. Really starting to get feedback and insight for the solutions from women is part of that empowerment. Women by nature, I think, as the sort of caregiver of the home, or even the caregiver of the community, in my context, 99% of our community organizations are women-led or woman-run, and that's not for 5 or 10 years, that's for many, many decades. It's the women who step up and say, there's a need for feeding, or there's a need for educational support, or there's a need for whatever, you know, whatever that social issue or social issues may be. We look at the gender-based issue, it's being driven by women. So yeah, I think there are common threads across every community and every country, but I think that within the cultural dynamics, that's where it really becomes challenging. If I look at the South African landscape, for example, we've got very diverse communities. We don't have homogenous communities made up of just one type of culture. And so these become part of those challenges from a communications perspective, from a traditions and norms perspective, and how we view the world based on our history and our sort of heritage. You know, what does that mean in terms of the conversation in solving some of these challenges? So yeah, I just wanted to maybe share a little bit of those insights within the context of that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Nishit, for a wonderful question. Let's bring in Muriel in France. So, you know, we started with Italy, we started with India, we went to Serbia, we went to USA, we went to Croatia, back again. Let's now visit to France, where we can ask Muriel about her matters to do with the women, Alexandra. And after 10 minutes, we'll bring back again and discuss in a joint conversation. Over to you, Alexandra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, definitely, we can continue discussion. I think Muriel just needs to go.
Sorry.
I would not like to miss this opportunity to present Muriel. So Danica wrote about, or she wrote and talked about martial arts and judo. But so I think that because you are, of course, you're an artist, we'll talk about art. But how about that you were doing some martial arts as well, no?
Yeah, well, I've been doing many things apart from being an artist, but I just wanted to say to, you know, each person that I have been listening to today that I feel very touched by sorry for the words, sometimes I don't find my words, but for the implication that you know, everybody has. And as an artist, I just want to have the opportunity to say that I think women artists are becoming more and more in, I think, every country. Before men were the artists, you know, we know all the famous artists are mainly men, but today it's completely changed, and I think what a woman brings to art is different, because art is something very personal, and when you express yourself, you express your deep feelings. I'm an artist. I do animation films and illustration and lots of other things as well. As Alexandra said, I've done so many things in my life before, but when I was a child, I wanted to be an artist. I used to write poems, I used to draw, and I'm glad that I'm an artist now. I've always when I was young, my parents didn't want me to go to art school, but I'm glad that I'm an artist, even if I haven't been to an art school. And I'm also a teacher. I do lots of workshops and courses for children and adults. And there are many women in my workshops. Many children are boys and girls, but the adults I find a lot of women who really want to express themselves and to draw, to make things with their hands, and that's why I like teaching them, because I think many young children, especially, and especially in France, where art is not, for instance, as in England, art is not so important. You know, French, mathematics, science is important in school, but art is only a few hours a week. So many children come to my classes, and they can be. I mean, what I'm trying to be myself, and what I'm trying to teach is the freedom to express what you are individually. And I was very touched by this people I've been listening to today, because it's I think it has to be something not just in one country, but I think my work is from all over the world, and it's the same everywhere. So I think the global meaning of your organization is very important, and I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Muriel. I mean, this is really important what you said about you educate children and also women in art. And when we prepared for this, you mentioned that there is something happening with emotions, that young people nowadays are not the ways to express their emotions, if I understood you correctly, or it's, I mean, easy.
I don't know if it's just today. I think very young children feel very free, to dance and to sing and to draw. And when they draw, they don't ask themselves if it's good or if it's bad. But when I see children, even when they're like 6 or 7, they start to say, "I can't draw, I can't do this." They're shy, and I think this is something that I find important to show them that it's not true, that they can all draw and express themselves. I think I don't know if it's from today is more than before. I just think it's important.
So that would be like Danica had a tip for people to read and to write with confidence, and also for you just like to children and people just to do art without really judgment and just in freedom of expression.
Yeah, thank you. We all have to be what we are. We all have to be ourselves, and we're all different, but we all get together if we are ourselves. But many people, even at a young age, they like, for instance, they I think it's not to be themselves, to be shy, for instance. It's just a way to hide. So I think to be yourself is to just not be frightened to draw, because that's my work. And if they draw and they say, "Oh no, that's not good," and I say, "It doesn't matter. It's not. You don't have to judge. You can be good or bad, and then you do it better again, and you don't have to be so judgmental about what you do." And it's the same with one thing that somebody was doing psychology. I mean, the same thing. You learn not to criticize other people, not to judge what you do, and you're yourself. You're okay as you are, and that's what I try to teach the people I work with.
Thank you so much, Muriel.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I have to go. I think it's very interesting what you're doing, but I have some work to do. So thank you everybody, and very good work, all of you. I feel very touched by all I've heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Muriel. So if there's someone who wants to contribute to answering the questions that Nishit asked, or anything that has happened before in the episode, please feel free to join and raise your hand, like Kailash that just did. Or
Yes, Dr. Kailash.
Yeah, okay. Just following on from the questions about culture, how do we empower, the power between different cultures? And I think it's really important, because I come from a culture where we do have very positive role models like goddesses who represents power, and so therefore, we every time even when we pray as well, and we feel empowered when we talk about goddesses and stuff. But one key thing that can bring all cultures together is helping each other. I think that's the real power. It's about bringing each other, not putting each other down, but helping our fellow women to make progress and to develop. And coming from an educational background, I think it's so important that we support and mentor and coach, and where appropriate, help those women to aspire, to to help them, to motivate them, and to achieve their goals. And I think that's a real empowerment. I think working together, groups like this can really be a real strong empowerment. So that's what I wanted to sort of contribute. I think that's the way forward.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I, by mistake, removed Sandra Angeleri, professor of anthropology, and all about she wrote many books on social issues and women issues in Latin America, and she cannot rejoin because the host removed her. But she really talks about social movements, about empowerment, exactly that what you, Dr. Kailash, said. So maybe we will have to leave Sandra, unfortunately, for some other episode. But before we join and we invite Marcia Schmidt, she wrote books on that as well, and she translated and she teaches still about that feminine, divine feminine, and she wrote a book, Confessions of a Gypsy Yogini. But if there is any other question or comment before we invite Marcia to join us and then maybe talk more about that from her point of view.
Yeah, Alexandra, I think it's really good discussion that we have touched on, and I would definitely like to know, because if you see, Myra, my question goes to you first, yes, and then followed by Branka, and then we can answer. There's a question on the chat box as well, but this is a very interesting question for me. Like, how do you think as a midwife, because you have changed up so many professions and you have an experience of so many professions in this way, how from the health perspective or other perspectives do you think that different sectors of government, private or non-profit organizations, they collaborate more effectively to promote women empowerment? What is your view in your country? Maybe what do you see that has government organization worked a lot for women empowerment, or it's non-profit organizations that are more into it, or it's just the private sector, some organizations that work over it? So over to you, Myra. Do you get my question, Myra? Yeah, please understand.
Bueno, he atendido partos de diferentes mujeres de diferentes partes del mundo.
I have accompanied births for women in different parts of the world.
Aquí en Francia, en Colombia.
In France, in Colombia.
Y mujeres de Suiza, de México, por supuesto, de diferentes partes del mundo en sus casas, y aunque tengan diferentes culturas, diferentes religiones, finalmente tienen un cuerpo de mujer.
I have also accompanied women in Switzerland and obviously in Mexico, and I do it in their homes. And even though they are from different cultures, they are from different parts of the world, they have a woman's body.
Y todas tenemos la misma posibilidad de dar a luz y crear vida.
And we all have the same possibility to give birth and create life.
Me parece que en la medida en la que nos den la posibilidad de elegir dónde queremos parir, con quién queremos parir y cómo vamos a parir y con quién vamos a estar, el equipo del cual vamos a estar acompañadas, eso es lo que realmente nos va a empoderar.
And I believe that as long as we have the power to decide who is going to be in the birth, what people will be accompanying the birth, where we are going to be where we are going to give birth, and how we give birth,
es lo que realmente nos
that
empodera.
is really what will empower us.
So Myra, my question add on to this is, have you seen any pressures or traditional differences based on culture in different countries where you worked as a midwife on the pregnant women, for deliveries,
Sure.
for
There are
giving
many
birth, for boy
many
and girl
different-
birth? Yes.
Yeah, there are many differences in order to take care of the pregnant woman and the baby, and depends on the religion. Sometimes they do in a different way. But the thing that I would like to share with you is that we are in the same route. We are with the same way to the funcionar, our function
in the same way.
in the same way. And doesn't matter if we have different culture, different religion, we are the same essence, the same energy that needs to explore and to communicate our soul. And I think that one way is when we have a baby. And if we are in a comfortable place, could be our home, could be a small clinical house, bird houses or something like this, we can have an experience also our baby, and the health, our healthy is going to be much better.
Thank you. Thank you. Branka, what do you think? What are the trend in your country about different sectors that are involved for women empowerment? So in Serbia, do you think government sector is much more into it, or private sector, some private organizations, or there's more of a non-profit organizations? Over to you. For 5 minutes, we take your comment and then we move to Debbie. Yes, over to you.
Well, I think that there are a lot of women who are very active in private sector and are owning businesses or have very prominent roles. And I think also when it comes to government, I mean, I told you that slowly with some quotas and at least efforts to regulate issues through legislative frameworks, there is some movement. But you know, while I was listening to today's events, and also when I read the questions that we got, I must say that I'm thinking all the time about, you know, and especially because I participated in a lot of this, you know, like government strategies, action plans, what you need to do, what the policy need to put in place, and so on and so forth. And, you know, I mean, what I understood from being a part of it also myself is that if we maintain, even though it's a, let's say, I don't know, some program for empowering women and so on, but if you, in a way, in some subtle ways, maintain the power relations and the relationship towards authority in events you are creating and so on and so forth, even coming down to very basic issues of who is chairing the panel, who is asking the questions, how the audience is seated. Are they, when they are seated, answering to somebody who is alleviated and everybody else is in a passive position of listening and receiving while some authority is saying something? All those, I would say from my perspective, different things where I can find my power in my daily work and my daily life is to break these types of, you know, usual, very, very habitual things that we do without even noticing them. When I'm organizing an event, you know, to implement whatever legislation and so on, I put people to sit in circle because I want them to feel free to talk and not to answer to some authority. And this is a way of breaking up things. I think much more being aware of how we ourselves also here contribute to maintaining very traditional roles. This is, you know, what I can influence. And also using this opportunity to speak about this is also a way of using my power and empowering maybe some of you to think about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Debbie, what is your take? What do you think is the situation in South Africa, and which sectors are working more on women empowerment? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I love what Branka just shared. These little things we can do that can make a big difference, because they're habits and norms that are very, once again, masculine. It's that power game kind of routine we've been doing for the last how many, ever 100 years. And with the feminine shifts that I really believe we're in, we can really start changing how we control the room or direct the room or that direct the conversation. So I really like that. But in terms of, you know, some of these challenges we've spoken about today, it's also very important to recognize, I think, from the South African landscape, for where I can speak from, is we've got the great policies, we've got the amazing constitutions, we've got these wonderful documents that have been mentioned. And then we've got the reality on the ground with the statistics that scream that that is not happening. So that's one of the challenges, that there's a disconnect between what's on paper and what's in real life, real human experience. So there's something that definitely needs to be unpacked, maybe another conversation, you know, in terms of how we can start shifting that imbalance, you know. And then also maybe just to add that, you know, from a policy level, I also find sometimes that there's a big disconnect with what's, again, at community level. If I look at, for example, women who have started a lot of their organizations or interventions in community, they are not people who come with an education within that sector. They've done it because there's a heart and a need, and they act. So I think there's something there that is driving our sector towards being more formal. But it also is pushing people out of the sector of making a difference because they don't meet those criteria, or they don't have those expertise and skill sets. So there becomes a great opportunity for collaboration and skill sharing, volunteerism. I look at a very simple example in my world would be, you need to have annual audited financial statements, for example, but to get those done would cost you 15,000 Rand. I don't know what that could be in whichever currency, but we do not have that money sitting in the bank to get that done. And so you don't have it. And that then impacts you for applying for grants, for running programs. So that disconnect we're talking about is very much related to what is the capacity that's being given to women. If we look at some of the things that are being pushed in South Africa at the moment, it's your STEM, it's your information technology, it's your digital careers, but we don't have access to electricity and water. I just struggle with some of the policy level stuff that says women's empowerment, but maybe we can first make sure that women have access to water and access to electricity before we get them onto the technology innovation sort of career path. So those disconnects for me is where a lot of work is needed. It's what looks good on paper, what's needed for the future, who's pushing that narrative, versus what's on the ground, what's the reality, and how are people actually getting through their day-to-day activities. And if we look at that, you know, sort of contrast, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and there's a lot of connection that needs to be built for resource capacitation.
So, Alexandra, what do you think in Croatia is a situation for the women in government level or private level? And also, I want to ask you, like, in terms of your definition of women empowerment, what do you think? How do you pursue, or how do you envision the 22nd century global women to be? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I think this is really a topic for a whole episode to talk about. I don't think I can talk about Croatia so much because I just moved there recently. But I know just before I left, and it was late 90s, I used to be a journalist still, and I wrote about rape in marriage. It was legal. So I think the legislative changed somewhere like 95 or 6 or something. But I remember it was just like, it's completely normal for a man to rape his wife every day, every night. It's his legal right. It was his legal right in the 90s. So for me, it's still, going from being journalist and going on this like inner journey is really about me embodying the truth, the authentic self, my own needs, my own values, not compromising on my values, like no matter what, even like, often to my own detriment, but it's just like how I want to be in this world. And then, maybe it will change on global and level or collective or group. But at the moment, this is what I do. I really work on myself and on, people around me, because as a journalist, you often don't know what you can change or move. I mean, you can, but it takes so much energy, and then your editors are going to change things, and and who's going to read it? Especially now, nobody really reads; they just go online. So I really kind of lost a little bit that perspective and working on the global, and I just really believe more on individual connections, relationships, building around myself, but just embodying the truth, embodying and being honest about my own needs, about my own opinions, about my values. That would be what for me opens the door to the future, and then also how I want my nieces or my friends' daughters to be, because I don't have children on my own.
That's really nice. Let's hear from Branka. For how do you envision 22nd century women to be? What, in terms of your definition, does women empowerment lie? Is everything being covered when we are talking about women empowerment, or there's a big lack of differences, as Debbie already mentioned? So there's a big difference between what's on the paper and what's on the ground. And what, according to your own personal idea or your vision of seeing, what kind of a women empowerment do you think for 22nd century? Let's leave all the paper and the political and social and everything. It's just your heart and you. Over to you, Branka.
Okay, so you were asking me to dream
dream and live in that dream and share the dream, please.
Yes, to dream awake and share it with you. Well, if I think about the women and the opportunities and the life for them in 100 years from now, definitely I would like that they have, let's say, all these basic needs met in terms of, living conditions and access to water and possibility for education. Because, this is even, you cannot do much if I think also one of the speakers said, if you don't have electricity or water, then everything else is just a fluffy, nice story. That would be definitely one thing. And the second thing I was thinking while we were listening to the others is also some kind of maybe a trap that we put for ourselves. And when we talk about women, there is some kind of a premise that all women believe in the same things and have the same values. But I would be also calling for being connected to reality, that also many women, at least I can speak from my own culture, also contribute to maintaining very, traditional views. Many are not, even if they can, helping other women around them to, develop and so on, because their attitude is, if I could be successful in the current system, then you should also. And so that type of also among women themselves development is something that I would like to see in the future.
That's lovely. In fact, let's hear from Shubha. We have our guest contributor, as well as again a beautiful soul and a spiritual soul, and then we move to US. Right, Alexandra, global namaste to you, Shubha. Your comments on definition of how do you perceive women empowerment to be, and then we move from Kenya to US. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Global namaste to everyone. Wonderful listening to all of you. It's always a pleasure when, and the best part of it, I could see the seriousness, there was this intensity in our conversation today, which is actually what is going on. It's like in the same way that women, to be frank, some of us are privileged in many ways. And but we feel the pain, the intensity, and I can feel that intensity in this forum right now is sometimes helplessness, no matter how many government policies and everything is being played in, but there is a sense of hopelessness, and so many people who are like going through that, especially in some of the countries, like even Africa for that matter. And it's not lack of motive. It is not, sometimes it's not always money, which is the thing. It's like the mental and psychological kind of trap they are again and again. It's the loop that people are getting into again and again, and that kind of is difficult to break. And that is where sometimes we feel women empowerment should start from basically changing the mental. Definitely the government is doing its bit in policies, and things are being people are trying. Let's be fair, people are trying all over the world. All lovely women here who are in some way or the other are contributing and trying to make that difference in the world. So are the government organizations, and there are genuine people also who are trying to kind of make that difference. There are communities and there are organizations that are doing their bit. But however, it always starts at the grassroots level. There's no other way out. And like what I see here, I can only speak for sometimes us right now here in Africa, is sometimes early pregnancy, teenage pregnancies, non-committal pregnancies. And that is so common here. It's such a common thing. So before they usually, even if they are in their late teenage, early 20s, before education is not bad. People try to. Kenyans that way, the families are very particular about sending their children to school. And they have that ambition. There is that fire to ensure that everyone is educated. However, that there comes a stage when everyone, especially the teenagers, do get swayed. And there is a huge problem here that I always see is like early pregnancies and teenage pregnancies, and it's unawareness, and at some point they can't complete their education because of that. First of all, there are economic issues, financial issues, and then at some point they give up, and that is like a loop that is always forming here. And here women are extremely strong, extremely resilient, and extremely hardworking. I see women are extremely hardworking. However, it is just something that I think as everyone here was saying, we start here at wherever we can in a small way, whoever we are interacting with, in our space, in our environment, in our cultural or community level. We have what we say, we have to start implementing, I don't leave even one chance, however monotonous it might look, however intrusive it might look, however like you like stuck record, you're like playing the same thing. Whenever I see anyone in that state, in that age group, in that level of, hopelessness, I try to reiterate the importance of, finding, in ensuring that you look after your body, as in, when I say body is pregnancy, because it's a woman who's going through it and the responsibility which comes with that. And that actually is one of the major issues I personally feel. However, we can say take it for granted. No, it's not, but it starts there, because what it does, if they have children, they have boys, they don't have like, a equal balanced environment in the house. And then it's just, again, the cycle is going on and on. So that is where I think one of the things that we have to kind of keep especially in schools, and because it starts there.
Yes,
All these problems
right.
in the high school.
Shobha, we'll come back to you. You have raised up a very important and a beautiful point. Alexandra, should we take our next guest if she's around to US?
So
Global
yeah,
Namaste. Yes,
Namaste.
Alexandra, please introduce her and let's have her views.
Thank you so much.
Stay around, Shubha.
Thank you,
Thank
Shubha,
you.
for your opinion. So we have now Marcia Schmidt. She's an amazing lady I met while I was staying in France in a Buddhist temple. And she used to come with with the teachers, lamas, Buddhist teachers, and she's a translator, editor, and writer, and she also teaches herself. She translated and preserved like more than 60 like really important Tibetan works for non-Tibetan or for English-speaking public. So maybe she can talk more about that, but I think she is very interested in saying her her opinion on all these things that we mentioned right before she joined. So thank you for joining, Marcia, and for having patience with us, and thank you for coming early from California. I think you usually live in Kathmandu, but you are now at the moment in California.
Good. Well, for me, it's morning,
Yes,
and what I've heard of everyone speaking is very inspiring. I am American. I grew up here, but I've lived outside the American, if you call what we have here culture, for 45 years. I've lived in an Asian society amongst Tibetans and Nepali people. And when I grew up in the 60s. So that was a very exciting time for women, for sure. And so my life was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And it was a lot of fun. And I had a lot of freedom. I don't know how, but I did. And at a certain point, I also, because it was the 60s, I went to school in Berkeley. I'm like almost like a sociological phenomena in that way. Then I thought I would look for revolution amongst revolutionary groups. But there was violence and death in that. And what that woke me up to was revolution is within. And I know that sounds pretty trite, but I ended up dropping out, living in hippie communes, going back, working in the racetrack, but always the horse race track, which was a disciplined environment, but always there was a lot of sexism, even in the openness of hippie communes. There were very, very strong defined roles. But I never thought so much about it, even up until almost the present, because I always had the self-confidence that women are equal or more equal than men. When I ended up, I was a Buddhist from a very young age, and I finally had the point. It's a little bit like in the book Shantaram, where he talks about he felt being a criminal, but when he met like the master criminal, he learned how to really be a criminal. And in my case, I always had an attraction to Buddhism. I was a Zen Buddhist, but I didn't really learn how to be a meditator until I met my teacher, Kyabshe Tugorgan Rinpoche in Nepal. And what he always emphasized, and it's extremely important, is that each individual, and I think someone referred to this also, has intrinsically what is known in Tibetan Buddhist terms, Buddha nature, which is this essential nature that has the possibility to attain realization. And within that is always the wish to benefit other beings. So that confidence of our own individual innate power is what enables us to move along the path and also to make changes to ourselves and hopefully to make changes to the world in a small level, each person themselves. And so from the point of view of sexuality, there is no difference in the quality of the Buddha nature, whether you're a male or a female. So that's how I moved into the Tibetan Buddhist system. And as people are pretty shocked to know that I never realized I was in a patriarchy until and I know exactly the day and almost the time, because what we were doing was just receiving pith instructions, and there was no differentiation between male and female. So this was on the 24th of February, 2023. I realized that when I looked around, I was at a ceremony, there wasn't a single woman. And that's when I took to heart that we're working within a patriarchy. And I know other people are Asian who were South Asian. And I never really found it to be a problem until I moved out of being a student and becoming a teacher. And then all of a sudden, I was maybe a little bit of a threat. Now I feel, given when I look at Nepali children, from the very beginning, Nepali girls are inferior. They're not given the same food as their brothers. They're not given the same opportunity. Even in fact, they had to stop amniocentesis with babies in Nepal. It's illegal because if someone knew they were having a girl baby, then they would abort them. So we're dealing with a culture where many of the younger women accept this, that their brothers are more important, they get better food, better education. And changing that hasn't really hit Nepali society in what I've experienced. I live in a part of the time in a nunnery, and the nuns are very capable, but they're always under the monks. And in fact, in the Tibetan Buddhist scene, there's only one nunnery that's run solely by a nun, and that is Jetsun Pamo. And she started the nunnery, she's brought back traditions, and she is empowering. And so in the future, if you can get to speak to her, and I did actually go and visit her. I've known her for maybe 40 some years. She's the nun who spent 12 years in a cave. And we have to work within a system, unfortunately, within Tibetan Buddhism. And that system is not appearing to threaten the existing structure. And the only way out of that, and I think this has also been mentioned, aside from some individual woman attaining realization, very obviously, is through education. And so pretty much that is what I spend a lot of effort on. That's why I do all the books, and not just preservation, but also education, and to be able to really empower. And I know that empower has different connotations. In our tradition, empower is actually anointing someone, giving them a seat at the table, as was also brought up, and giving women the confidence and the agency, because from the perspective of value, the value is the same. It's just how to put that into practice within a system that does not encourage it. So
the individual way, would that be then to first start healing yourself, to really work and train on your own mind, and then start changing the hierarchy in the traditional, like not just Buddhist framework, religious, in every major religion. I mean, it's mostly men who are in important roles.
I mean, the traditional way, of course, is to work on oneself and heal and really have that strength through practice, and somehow move that energy outside of oneself. Because clearly, I mean, I don't want to sound like a hippie anymore, or, a new age person. We have an energy field around us. So when we have the personal strength and the personal confidence, we can extend that. And I think so many important points just in the short time. Women don't support women for the most part, and especially women who have made it in the male world. So how do we deal with that? A woman isn't necessarily feminist just because of her gender. I think men are probably feminist as well. It's that acceptance of the equality. And from sociological perspectives, only when there are more than 50% of women within any organization does change happen. And I can look at my own country here, which is very male dominant. There are laws, of course, that people do or don't follow, but every women politician and most women teachers in Tibetan Buddhism is either the wife, the daughter, the sister of a male politician or a male lama. So I'm really hoping that empowering women is enabling them to see the benefit of sisterhood and support of other women, because certainly so much of what I do has been because of women, of sisterhood.
You raised a very important point, Alexandra. I have been listening to you, and because your touch is related with Buddhism, and I come from the very small town of Himachal, which is from Dharamshala and Maklutganj, which is hometown of Tibetan government in exile. Yeah. And it never struck me when I crossed the roads as a little child as well that many monks I have seen are male monks, and I haven't seen any of the female monk over there, because they are there to raise children and have family and do the business and small things to run their homes. And what a beautiful point you have touched. The bodhi nature of an individual does not have any sexuality. So for both the sexual people, both the genders, the bodhi nature means your spiritual self, your soul, your inner energy, your energy of the spiritual energy that an individual holds is same irrespective of the gender. And that's a very beautiful point. And I think that's something that talks to an individual from time to time, that is also the point that makes you have self-realizations about life. Maybe that kind of a thing has changed you over the years from having a merry life of having fun with everything. And then you think, I've tasted all the things. Now it's time for me. And I know so many women in that field who have been into that in one way or the other, but then they suddenly realize what life is about. And when that realization of of knowing what life is, that's where the Bodhi nature ignites them to a part of what am I doing as an individual?
Yeah,
And what
exactly.
I have to do, and what for, and for whom. So when did this thing happen in your life? Can you spread some light after having a lot of fun and giggles in your life? Yes, over to you.
Well, it's always been mixed. I still have fun. I still like fun.
Definitely, one cannot avoid that thing. Life is all about fun. But still, one is just having a fun without an understanding or with an ignorance, and now it's with an intelligence. So when was yours?
Okay, what happened with me, and again, I was very fortunate that I didn't know anything. I did not come from a Buddhist culture, and there was, if we look at, because you're from an Indian society, you can accept that at some point, you said it very beautifully, the Buddha nature or the Bodhi speaks to you. And I would have to say that was when I was 17. And therapists say it's completely impossible, but I had no input at all. All I had ever seen were these fat Buddhas in a Chinese restaurant or something like that. But I looked around, and in traditional Buddhist teaching, it speaks about the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, which I disagree with. It's not suffering that brought me, but dissatisfaction. I think the translation of dukkha is the wrong translation. So I would say, I looked around and I thought, and this was at 17, I think I was riding on a bus coming home from downtown. I grew up in Philadelphia, and I thought, no way I am going to live like this. There's got to be more than this. And then going through all the different permutations and incarnations of myself, when I was 30, I said, okay, now, I mean, you actually said what I experienced very, very, very beautifully. I looked around and said, okay, I spent 30 years of having a good time. Now I will benefit beings. So that's when I went and looked for a teacher. In our tradition, a spiritual teacher is extremely important, but aspiration, to make the wish, is the first step, and to aspire to do that. And it didn't come from any training. It came from just this very strong feeling that this is how I want to make a difference. And then it quickly, accelerated. Then I met many great masters. I met my own teacher. I spent a lot of time in contemplative life. I learned Tibetan language, and I've been able to then organize and do many, many things. But coming to this point now, meeting with women from around the world, I believe that's the next step. And I'm working on this project called Treasuring the Feminine, because clearly within the Tibetan Buddhist scene, that's not exactly what happens, even though on the absolute level, we have, of course, great female Buddhas, Tara, and many other deities. But when we go down to the actual moving in our own lives, that needs to change.
So generally what happens is when people decide to make a difference in their lives, they completely change. Where did you find the balance of that, rather than making your life completely absolute on one side, having and finding up the balance in life? What was that balance? Thank you.
For me, it's a work in progress, and that being immutable as far as one side of it. The other side, I think the balance comes in being honest with oneself. Am I really a better person? Am I really kinder? Am I, still aggressive and arrogant? And always checking yourself. Oneself is the primary person to judge because only we know. And being honest. Honesty is extremely important. So I don't know that I have any great qualities, but the one I have is that I believe in the path, the Buddhist path really is a way of life that if one applies it can make a difference.
That's very nice, in fact. And I think the fact that you have been talking about the Buddhist way of understanding spirituality is pretty similar to many other religions that talk about the same thing and being honest with yourself. I think it's a way for self introspection. It gives you a clear image about yourself, and that helps you in defining your own individual goals. So, which path to choose, and also to talk about the road not taken. So, maybe the roads can be taken up again and walked over further. And that's really nice. Alexandra, over to you, and
Thank you.
your comments, please.
Yeah, if I can just say something about Marcia, it's also like the way she meets life challenges is also one her very nice quality I like is her humor. And I think that's, honesty, but I think humor is also very important no matter what we encounter. A little bit of spice, a little bit of humor can really make a big difference. It can really make us triumph or just like also just accept and then deal with the reality of the moment. But yes, I think humor, honesty, talking about Marcia, that's something that comes to my mind. Thank you.
Alexandra, before we move to India, let's have the thoughts from our Indian guests, Ritika and Dr. Farhan, and also Lal Goelji, as well as Lakshmiji. Over a minute, can you please unmute yourself and give your ideas about how do you think honesty can play a good role for women empowerment as some of them. So over to you, Ritika Bajaj. Global namaste to you. A very warm welcome.
Namaste, everybody. And this is Ritika Bajaj. So, honesty, I believe, is one of the key factor which takes you a long way. If you honesty and ethics, if you want to do something on a short-term basis, you can definitely go with any kind of work you want to do. But if you want to go a long way, and if you have a vision of a long-term goal, then definitely honesty is something which builds your trust in each and every, and that goes with everything. That goes with relationships, that goes with business, that goes with anything, whatever you do. Honesty is a hard way. So there always in your life, there will be two roads, one which will be a easy path and one which will be a difficult path. So honesty will always be difficult, but that will take you a longer way. So that is the only say which I would like to say. And thank you, Mr. Lal. It's good to catch up with you.
Definitely, he'll be introducing you and you'll be having your own session. So just because we are in connection with USA, Croatia, and London and India, so let's have Dr. Farhan. What is your view of understanding as a value of honesty in terms of women empowerment? 1 minute.
Namaste.
Yes.
I'm really glad
Namaskar.
to be here. There is a lot of second play happening on my side. Can you all hear me well? Just do a thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay. So I think honesty, first and foremost, is for yourself. If I lead an authentic life, I have an authentic life. And honesty in every aspect of life would be a determining role on how to take your own life forward. Finally, I always say one thing: women today are at amazing crossroads of our life. There has been X amount of space that we have walked through the journey, and I can see these amazing women right here. And we are in a space today that we are determining not only our future, I think family's future, the next generation out there. And honesty would be the backbone of everything that I feel. And I think I honestly give this, I would love to give this empowerment to everybody out there, all the women, that be honest to yourself so you can be honest out there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Farhan. Shri, can we have your comment over a minute and then we quickly move to other guests and then rotate in Lal Goel? Yes, over to you. Kindly unmute yourself. Global Namaste.
Namaste to everyone. I think I just joined towards the end of the session, but to be very, to share my thoughts about it, I think honesty is something which makes you somebody trustworthy, and trustworthiness is something we always associate with women in general. So I think this is one of the attributes that comes with every woman that we know or we love and respect in our life. So it's a very natural component of empowering women around the world. And I think what is required is the honesty of purpose of whatever you are, whatever you wish to do, and wherever you want to travel. So as long as that is there, it helps in whatever we do, and women empowerment is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Archana, can we have your comment?
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste to everyone here. I think there's a very famous saying that says, honesty is the best policy. And I'm sure.
I think you're frozen. We have lost her. Lakshmi ji, Global Namaste to you. Before we move to Rotarian Lal Goel, your comment, honesty and women empowerment. I can't, you are mute. Kindly unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Namaste to all of you. Yes, honesty is a policy which everybody has to behave and follow. And just as she mentioned earlier, honesty is the best policy. And being honest, you are fearless. You can go anywhere very boldly. Nobody is going to point out to anybody or insult you or anything, because you've been always been honest. So I feel once you are honest, you don't have to fear about anything, and good things keep coming to you all the way. So my policy is being honest.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Alexandra, it's time to say hello to Rotarian Lal Goel, and then we will come back again with a panel discussion all over the globe, around the globe, with all the women. Rotarian Lal Goel is a founder and charter president and of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation, and GLOWomen. A very warm welcome and global namaste to you. And before you take your guests, what is your message for GLOWomen, global women, and your message for women empowerment? Over to you.
Okay. Global Namaste, Amrita. For me, the honesty you have asked about the honesty, I think you should have asked honesty for men, not for women. Women is always honest, whether grandmother, mother, wife, sister, daughter, granddaughter. Honesty is nothing but the women. You have to ask, what about the men? Men are not honest, but women are always honest. So the empowerment is naturally there. Honesty in the women is always inbuilt, which is lacking in the men, and that's why they never want that the women should come up. So thank you very much. Now, today's topic is the trend-setting women, which is a very, very important thing. Our trend-setting women are those who break boundaries and set new standards in various fields, be it fashion, business, technology, social, political movements. These women are pioneers who influence and inspire others through their innovation, creativity, and leadership. They challenge the status quo, often bringing fresh perspective and new ideas that pave the way for future generations. By daring to be different and pushing the trend-setting, women drive cultural and societal progress, making significant impacts on both their immediate communities and the broader world. Their contributions are often celebrated for fostering change, promoting diversity, and championing equality. And in India, I would like to name few of the Indians whom I think post-independence, they are the trendsetters. I will start from our former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, Kalpana Chawla, Mary Kom, Sania Mirza, Sudha Murthy, Geeta Gopinath, Saina Nehwal, Priyanka Chopra, Indra Nooyi, etc., etc., etc. They are all trendsetters. They have trendsetted in the women. Although I feel that every mother is a trendsetter. And today, I would like to introduce our panelist guest, those who are there. And the first panelist guest, who is herself is a trendsetter, because when I met her, came across during my interaction in the Rotary, and that's why I gave a call to her and I said, this such type of program and I want to come. Although she was very busy morning, she has to host the district conference, the district installation program. But readily she said, yes, if it is the night, Indian Standard Time, I would like to join. So thank you very much. And I would like to invite and introduce my first panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Srinandi. Rotarian Srinandi has chartered a successful path in a leadership position in the domain of conservation education. She has completed her master's in software engineering from BITS Pilani and has enjoyed a long stint with German multinational Siemens Limited. Thereafter, she chose to follow her heart, and for the last decade, she has been working as the CEO and editor-in-chief of a pan-India wildlife magazine, Cyrus, and also engages in conservation education programs with over 50,000 students across the country. She is a member of the IUCN Commission on Education and Communication and on board of the standing jury of the NatWest Group Earth Hero Awards. She is the recipient of numerous awards as a social entrepreneur, and her organization has been recognized by the Honorable Minister of Environment for its contribution to environmental conservation. She is a past president of Rotary Club of Mumbai Kalakar, a unique club where every member is an artist, and has served in several district positions as Avenue Chairs, editor of the district magazine, and now as the assistant governor. She is also a member of FICCI Women's Wing Mumbai chapter. She is a passionate choreographer and dancer and holds degree in Indian classical and creative dance styles. She performs with her dance troupe at festivals, fundraisers, and events in Mumbai and beyond. She is the recipient of Bengal Excellence Award and a winner at the India's International Groove Fest in the Creative Dance category. Welcome, Rotarian Srinandi, on this very, very important show, which is organized by Healing Our Earth, an NGO working to create the very good environment on this earth. And for this, they are organizing program on different topics on every Sunday. For the program lasts for 4.5 or 5 or 6 hours, and it shows a pan-world, across the world, in many countries on different platforms, whether it's Facebook or Instagram or YouTube and whatnot. And so the main person of this organization is Mr. Neil Kumar and his team, who organized, and I'm lucky to be associated with them for 1 hour Indian Standard Time from 9 to 10. Before that, I have my meeting of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International 8 to 9 every Sunday. So I'm happy that you have joined today. We would like to know your views about, first, your story about how you have come up and become a trendsetter, and your message to other women about the leadership, a trendsetter leader. Rotarian Srinandi, please.
Thank you, President Lal Goyal. I will address you as the president because, as you all know, he's the current and the incoming president of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, a very, very special and theme-oriented club that we all look forward to in the district. So, first of all, congratulations to all of you for making this world such a beautiful, connected community and placing very relevant conversations on the table. When I logged in today, I was already part of a beautiful conversation. I think that's a bonus for me. This was not something I was expecting. About myself, I think I am someone who has been a round peg in a square hole and tried to make the hole my own every time. I have a background of engineering. I have been in core engineering, which is industrial automation. So the big intelligent DCS systems that you see in the automated factories, that is what my forte. I used to travel across the country for that with Siemens. But thereafter, while visiting a national park and seeing some beautiful stories unfold there in the ecosystem, in the wilderness, so they say, I was very attracted that why don't we get these stories to the Indian homes, that when we have such a beautiful green space around us, we people in the metros, we are not connected. We do not relate to the environment. And I would like to state here, this was about a decade back when climate change and global warming would not really scare us every morning in every newspaper headline. So I would say this was a little ahead of the time when I decided to get into a world which was completely dominated, a male bastion. There were very few women in conservation. And just as we consider the air is free, the sky is free, the water is free. So conservation was never a business. I think I tried to bring in business sense into it. I tried to create an entrepreneurship on conservation education. I tried to engage children across the country, made my programs a brand for which I have got some of the biggest corporate sponsors from Tata Motors to Yes Bank to ITC to many others to Skybags, who have all been my sponsors, State Bank over the years. And what was most important is I had the chance to reach out to over 2,000 schools and lakhs of students in India and make them conscious about their nature, about their responsibility towards the planet. So, my biggest takeaway is when at the airport, I meet a child's parent and he or she comes running to me saying that because of you, ma'am, today my child is so conscious about the natural world and he wants to take up a career in conservation. That is time I feel that, okay, having got everything from this planet, there is a very small part that I'm able to give back. So that is my journey in the space of environment. Also, I have tried to live my life in compartments. When I was in a full-time corporate job, I had touring of 18 days a month and with two daughters, and it was a very difficult situation. So today what I do is I balance everything in my life. So while I do my job, I do a lot of Rotary, where I get to meet lovely people like President Lal Goyal, and through him, all of you. So Rotary is the world's biggest humanitarian organization, a 4 Sigma rated charity. And it's beautiful, the feeling of doing good in the world together to bring about lasting change is something that only when you're into it, you will understand. Till you get into the ambit, you will never feel the happiness of being a Rotarian. Rotary is a world of opportunities, of learnings, and I am really enjoying my stint there. I'm also very passionate on the creative side, and that is why I do the magazine editing for the district. And I'm a choreographer. Actually, I started dancing when I was 2 years and 3 months old. So it's been almost over 3 decades of dancing. There was a small break in between. I have my own team. I do choreography and I perform at festivals, including if I know there's no one from Mumbai, but I do perform in the Kala Ghoda Arts Festival also. So if anytime you all are interested, maybe we can have some of you at a show if you come to India. So that's about me, my introduction. I think it's a bit long. I don't know, President Lal, if I've exceeded my time.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Roteng and Shinandi. And I would like to tell our viewers that I met her in Lonavala first time when I went to attend a conference of Rotary. And I saw one lady in a dancing costume instructing all the presidents elect, and I was surprised and shocked. How come a lady in a dancing costume instructing? Then somebody told me that she's the assistant governor. I said, how come she's in a dancing costume, and then I saw she's on the stage and performing the initial puja, the dance, and really she's a multi-talented lady, and that's why I asked her to join and do this. But before you go, I would like to ask one question to you, and my question to you is very simple. Do you agree that charitable institutions like Rotary plays an important role to develop a trend-setting woman?
Absolutely. In fact, I would like to tell you that Rotary as an organization, you can, when you become the president, like, today President Lal is, you can look at it as power, you can look at it as responsibility, authority, or you can look at it as opportunity. I have seen my years in Rotary as a free leadership training exercise like no other. You are among people, each of whom is a trendsetter in their own world, and you get to meet them, hear them out, learn from them, and contribute to what they're doing. So, the immense growth that Rotary offers any Rotarian, and this is gender independent, to grow and become the best version of yourself is unparalleled. Coming to women, I mean, you would like to know that there was a time in Rotary when application to accept a woman Rotarian member used to be rejected. There were 3 times the petitions were rejected, but today, 1/3 of the presidents in our district, which is the most premium district in the world, 45 out of the 115 presidents are women. So that is the changing role of leadership of, in the Rotary. And even more interesting, Rotary is 119-year-old. And in the last 3 years, we have had 2 women Rotary International presidents at Chicago. So I think when we have in the gender balance, it brings in new perspectives, it brings in fresh ideas to the leadership ambit, and the way the functioning goes. So being a woman in Rotary, I feel I'm absolutely privileged to be learning from everybody and to be getting an equal opportunity because of the diversity, equity, and inclusivity culture that exists in Rotary.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Srinandi. I would request you to stay back because we can come to the next round. Now, I would like to invite and introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Miss Archana Sachit. Miss Archana Sachit is a distinguished individual with an illustrious career spanning an impressive over 25 years in the aviation industry. Miss Archana's invaluable expertise and passion for her craft have left an indelible mark on the field, making her a true luminary. With a remarkable 21 years dedicated to Jet Airways, an additional 4.5 years with Indigo, Miss Archana brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the table. Her extensive background in the aviation has allowed her to cultivate a deep understanding of the industry's intricacies and dynamics. Notably, Ms. Archana is a certified trainer for aviation security and soft skills, a testament to her commitment to excellence and professional development. Her dedication to maintaining the highest standard of safety and service has earned her recognition as a certified national security auditor. Beyond her professional achievements, Ms. Archana's passion extends to social causes close to her heart. She actively engages in social work, embracing opportunities to make a positive impact in any way she can. Her unwavering dedication to serving her community underscores her compassionate nature and deep-rooted commitment to making a difference. It is worth noting that Ms. Archana Sachit's stellar contribution have been acknowledged and honored by industry leaders. She was awarded the prestigious Great Managers Award in 2019, bestowed upon her by the esteemed The Economic Times and People's Business. This recognition not only reflects her exceptional leadership qualities, but also exemplifies her unwavering commitment to excellence. Ms. Archana Sachit, a trailblazer in the aviation industry, a catalyst for positive change, and an exemplary leader. And nowadays, she is running very, very famous, I can say, mouth-watering restaurants, 3 restaurants in Mangalore city. She's, I can say, again, a trendsetter that she, from aviation sector, she has come and established this fast food centers, and now they're becoming craze in Mangalore city. So welcome, Miss Archana Sachit, on this very, very important show of healing of our earth. And because today's topic, as you know, the trend-setting women, we would like to know your views, first about you and your views on trend-setting women. Miss Archana Sachit, please.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. Good evening, ladies and Mr. Goel. It's an honor and pleasure to be here to discuss a topic which is very close to my heart, which is women trendsetters. As Mr. Goel just introduced, my name is Archana Sachit, and I have an experience of more than 25 years in the aviation industry. I've had the privilege of witnessing and contributing to the significant strides women have made in this dynamic field. I must say that when I started off, there were not really many women who were venturing into this field. Initially, it was, I could say, I don't really know, but it was always a dream of mine to get into the aviation. But we had certain things where the family was not really happy about it. So you really had to, fight your way through to come into this industry. So throughout my career, I have been recognized for my dedication and expertise. Like Mr. Goel said, I was awarded the Great Managers Award by Economic Times and People's Business. And I was also honored as the Employee of the Quarter in April to June 2020. One of the most challenging and rewarding aspects of my career has been maintaining a work-life balance. As women, I think it is there in all the fields, in all the occupation that you take. As women, we often find ourselves juggling multiple roles and responsibilities. In the aviation industry, this balance is further tested by the demands of the job, which can include spending days and nights in the airport. Once you step into the airport, I cannot say that I'm going to return back home by around 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. Sometimes there's delays, there are cancellations, and then, there are times where we've had to, stay overnight in the airport, come back the next day. Often it is like, you have to stay away from your families. It is in these moments of solitude and exhaustion that our resilience is truly tested. Yet, it is also in these moments that we discover our inner strengths and determination. And like I said, this is not just the aviation industry. I'm sure that this could happen like ma'am was just talking about, she's been traveling 18 days in a month. I also remember, when I was with as a security auditor and a trainer, this was also my role where I had to take care of the station. I had to travel, throughout the country, conducting audits and, taking care of the trainings. I also remember the Aditya Rao, IED case at Mangalore Airport in January of 2020. This was handling a bomb threat, is actually a daunting task. Not typically associated with women. However, my crisis management skills and years of experience enabled me to handle the situation effectively, ensuring the safety of everyone involved. This incident reinforced the importance of preparedness, training, and composure under pressure. Because here you have all the flights which is cancelled. You have to make sure that people who are there in the airport are evacuated. You need to make sure that the business continuity happens. You have so many flights on ground and you have so many queries from passengers. In spite of that, you have to make sure that everyone is safe and the business continuity is there. My career has been marked by continuous learning and contribution. I have actively participated in different programs that has been conducted by my previous company, Indigo, and contributed to various internal projects. Whatever KRAs were given to us, we had to take care of it. And I feel that the most difficult thing that I think anywhere is man management. Taking the team together towards the company's vision and goals. You have different kinds of, members working with you, but taking everyone together is something that I feel is very difficult, but then you have no choice, and we need to do that. My work with Jet Airways as a security head and a national security auditor and a trainer gave me a lot of exposure to both international and domestic operations. And I must here mention one thing, that Mr. Goel has been a motivation to all of us. And I remember that when Mr. Goel started with organ donation, I can very proudly say that my entire team have come forward and done their organ donation. And I feel that that was the motivation that Mr. Goel gave us. Apart from that, I was very fond of doing, CSR activities, whatever small little things. I used to always take my team along with me, and we used to go to different orphanages, different home for the aged, whatever small little things, like ma'am was talking about, the environment, cleaning the beaches, making people aware about how important it is, was the small little things that we have done. Right now, I'm taking care of 3 restaurants in Mangalore. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you also over. So it would be my pleasure to, meet all of you in Mangalore, and I could show you around. And I would like to say that women trendsetters are not just about breaking barriers in their career. They are about inspiring and paving the way for future generations. It is about showing that women can excel in any field, handle any crisis, and balance multiple roles with grace and efficiency. I would also like to say that I'm always in awe of these women, especially, I feel like in Bombay. You see, they get up at 4 in the morning. Probably I was lucky that I had the support from my family in taking care of my child. I had the support of my parents. I had the support of my husband. So I had got that support, and still I would say that I was comfortable doing all my work. But I have seen women in metros where I've seen them probably waking up at 4:30 in the morning, cooking for their family, taking care of the children, getting ready to the office. They take a bus, they take a train, they walk for some minutes to reach their office, come back in the evening, again through the same, they go through the same rigmarole and probably sleep at 11:30, 12. When compared to them, I feel I have been lucky. And I would definitely want to salute such women who, in spite of all the difficulties they face, they are the actual trendsetters, is what I would want to say. So I would like to close this saying that thank you for this opportunity you have given me, sir, to share my journey. So let's continue to support and celebrate the incredible contribution of women trendsetters in every industry. Thank you, Mr. Goel.
Thank you very much, Archana. And I would like to inform my viewers, I met her in 2005 for the first time when I landed at Mangalore Airport. And the time I landed there, the way she was handling that's last almost 20 years, the relationship, it's not with me only. I found that everyone, whosoever is visiting Mangalore, become like a family member. And she used to take care of everyone personally. And for me, I'm fortunate that she used to take care of my traveling, whether I'm traveling to London or USA or domestically. She has to see that everywhere I will get a VIP treatment in the Jet Airways. And her nature is such that everyone who come in contact with her become her fan. And as she rightly said about the organ donation, the entire Indigo team, that was a record that everyone at the Mangalore airport, she organized a program, and after my speech and everything, she said, see to it that everyone has filled up the form and pledged to donate organs. Thank you very much, Archana, from my heart that you have like this. And before you go, I would like to ask one question to you. In what ways can society better support and encourage more women to become trendsetters and leaders in their respective fields?
So what I feel is there are women that we get to interact with in our daily lives. Certain times it could be the maid at home, it could be, someone in your own family, it could be someone who your friends are. At some times, I think we tend to ignore their problems or what are the problems that they are facing, because sometimes I guess we are either we don't notice it, or it could be that we are too much involved into our own things. If we can be a little aware about what is happening around us, like I said, it could be just your maid. She might just need a little bit of motivation to probably achieve something that, she might not be confident about. So those little push that we can give, it could be anyone around us. And I'm sure that can go a long way, being women trendsetters. And if I have another 2-3 minutes, I would like to say that when I joined, the aviation industry, or before I joined the aviation industry, I must say that I was a person who was not at all confident about myself. Even if I had to go to a shop which was just next door, I always wanted someone to be along with me because I was like so scared about venturing out alone. But the kind of support that you get, and I think my life changed when I got into this industry. And a person who was not confident about just venturing out of your house to just go to a shop next door. I traveled most of the world alone. And I think that's the confidence that you get. Similarly, I think a small little bit of motivation here and there, a small little help, a small little push can definitely go a long way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Archana, for giving your views. I'm sure our viewers who are watching across the world are going to be inspired with the stories, real stories of these trend-setting women. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite and introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Dr. Farhana Vora. Dr. Farhana Vora is a certified trainer, happiness instructor, motivational speaker, executive coach, leadership development, and founder at Miraki. Dr. Farhana is a licensed business facilitator dedicated to empowering people to lead healthier, happier, and successful lives. And an entrepreneur with over 25 years of extensive global experience, she founded Miraki to pursue her passion of enabling people to make life a celebration. At Miraki, Dr. Farhana has held workshops for clients like the Mahindra Group, the Organized Medical Academic Guild, Escorts, Kubota, and Babson College in Boston. Dr. Farhana is a certified positive psyche coach and a motivational speaker. She has won several awards and certificates of appreciation. The Excellence Award for Business in Dubai in 2021, a 100 Women Records Award in 2022, the Award for Excellence in Positive Transformation in India. She enjoys blogging on topics ranging from deeper meaning of life, relationships, parenting, and grateful living. She has been a professor at Casey College and Xavier's Institute of Communication on postgraduate studies. Dr. Farhana holds an MBA in marketing and an honorary doctorate. Her prime belief is our thoughts create our reality, and a change in thoughts is a change in life. Welcome, Dr. Farhana Vora, on our show of Healing Our Earth. Dr. Farhana Vora, you have heard the earlier panelists. They have given their story, their life story, and their message to the society to be a trend-setting woman. We would like to know your views. Dr. Farhana Vora, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goel, for inviting me here. Good morning, good evening to everybody who is here, and a namaste from me. My thoughts on something like this, I've been listening in, and there are some amazing women that have been speaking on the Trendsetters show. We are 7 billion plus people in the world, and almost half of them are women. Even our fingerprint is different. So why do women decide that we need to be guided and conformed and said what to do when we all are our individual people? We have it in us. Each one of us is unique. There is so much that we contribute to our society. We are homemakers. Women step out, do amazing work outside, And yet, through all of this, I feel that they hold families, communities, friends together. I always say, if women were given the chance, there would be lesser wars because women do not ever want to send their male folk out there to fight. You said something very interesting, which I totally believe in. And this was something I probably believed in from a very young age. If I really want to be honest, probably the age of 10 and 12. Our thoughts create our reality. We are manifesting our life every single moment. We have the power. Each one of us, each of those women that are listening, we have the power to make our life wonderful. All of us are born with set amount of opportunities. It's the set amount of cards that we are dealt with. How we arrange them, how I decide to discard it, that's the option and the power I have. I'm going to quote somebody. She's Sonia Lubrinsky. And when they found out the life choices of what makes us, the genetics and the life choices that makes us successful, do you know they said that yes, 50% is genetics. We are inheriting X amount of genes to be happy. 10% is in our lifestyle, what we have. But 40% is in our life choices. So here is the space that I like to operate from. Mr. Goel knows me for a long time. And he met me as a very young person because I am a born entrepreneur. I grew up in Dubai. And why I'm taking you all there is to explain. When I say our thoughts create our reality, I feel a little anecdote, if it's possible, a short story I'm going to say. I grew up in Dubai in a land at that time which was very, very different. The landscape of Dubai was very different. I wanted to work from the age of 14, 15, which sounds ridiculously young. Both my parents were extremely educated. So this was a difficult one to say, you know what, I want to work. From there began this world of being an entrepreneur. I combined entrepreneurship, positive psychology, and a high dose of creativity. At that point, I didn't know what was sitting in the driver's seat, what mindset was sitting. Whenever I said I want to do something, I felt like I could do the Nike ad, just do it. I felt I could do it, but there was one big difference. And here I need to stress it. It's called visualization. You need to be so clear when you want something to be able to see it from the start to the finish. So when you're doing that as women, when you are wanting to do something, step out in the world, like the speaker ahead of me said, she was afraid to go to a shop, or when you want to be working in the airlines, or you want to do anything, you need to be able to visualize it. Through the art of visualization is manifestation. We have the power to break that down into small bits. And when you visualize it, you achieve it. So I'm going to bring you to what I do today. I have a brand called Farah's. It's a jewelry brand. It's 21 years old. It's a Middle Eastern brand. I am not a jeweler by profession. I'm not got any generation of jewelry behind me. But I did love jewelry, and I found gaps in the market, which is what an entrepreneur does. An entrepreneur seeks those gaps, sees where you can get in, seeks those opportunities. The brand is 21 years old. It's a little boutique brand called Farah's. About 25 years ago, and yeah, it's really a long time ago, I got approached by Mr. Balani of KC College. And I'm kind of jumping because of paucity of time. I was doing a lot of events when Mr. Goel knew me. I had cab ads, the taxi advertising that was started a long time ago by me. We had 45,000 taxis contracted to my company, cab ads, and we had almost 7,500 on the road. Just do the math and think of the logistics before the computer era to be able to handle that. And we decided to make it even more difficult for ourselves because it was really monetary, really good to be dealing with public issues. So my cabs would change every 2 weeks, dependent on our public issue. So bang on, 3,000 taxis would change. Logistic nightmare, but possible. Like I said, visualize from the beginning to the end. And most of these things have then held so strong. I'm never scared to get my hands dirty. So I'm going to push forward from here. I got approached by Casey College to teach marketing and advertising. And I said to Mr. Balani and then Ms. Jane Swami of XIC, before I teach marketing, I need to teach branding. 25 years ago, nobody knew what I was talking about. I was singularly talking about branding. We are all a brand there. We need to be able to bring our strengths to the core. We know what we can do. Today, women are doing everything. You just name so many women, and you know women are doing everything in every field. We are excelling. Believe in yourself. One thing besides belief only, don't self-doubt. A lot of times we want somebody to acknowledge us, and absolutely it is the greatest power. I had the most amazing mother. I could have never been what I was if she didn't believe in everything I did. But after she's gone, there's a lot of times when you say, can I do it? And then I hear that inner voice, you can do anything. Just do it. Believe. Don't let self-doubt come in. There are going to be a lot of occasions people will say, you can't do it. Believe in yourself. I became a positive psychologist because I taught 25 years ago. I realized I was really good with people. I became a positive coach. If you all have read the book Secret, I am a certified master trainer with Louise Hay, the teaching of Louise Hay, the philosophy of Louise Hay. I'm a life coach with Stephen Covey. I'm a positive psychologist with Martin Seligman. So with all of this, I know what was sitting in the driver's seat, which I started my conversation, is a positive mindset, a growth mindset. Anything is possible if you believe. So I think I'm going to be a little mindful of time, Mr. Goel. And yes, so that's where I am today. Trust life, live in gratitude, be strong.
Thank you very much,
Dr. I hope I didn't take too much time.
No, not at all, Dr. Farhana. Thank you very much. And I would like to inform to my viewers, as she said, 35 years back, I met her through our common friend, Mr. Chetan Mehra. And he mentioned to me that she is doing this cab advertising. A cab advertising means at that time, the cab side panel, there is a ad for the public issue. And for one of my company, I wanted to do it. But when I met her, I was shocked to see such a young girl can handle so many taxis and logistic, as she said. But she did. And when this time, when I was just looking for somebody who can be a trendsetter, I called Chetan Mehra, dear friend of mine, and he gave her name. And I said, do you think that she's the same? He said, yes, she's the same. So the life journey from this a cab advertising to a brand setter, etc., really a trend setter. Thank you very much, Dr. Farhan Vora. But before you, I will go for the next panelist guest. I would like to ask one question to you. Can you think of a trend-setting woman whose work or action have had a global impact, and how did she achieve this?
There are so many women, but there is one person, probably two, but let's go with one person to start with, is Louise Hay. If anybody has read the story of Louise Hay, she was abused as a child. She was abused further as a young woman. She has dealt with so many setbacks, and just when she was on the bottom of her life, she realized that this power that we are giving to the outside person, to the person that's outside of ourselves, we have it in us. So I urge you to read Heal Your Life. Please go ahead and see. We all can make that wonderful life. We can manifest our realities with our affirmations, with our thoughts. So that's one person. And the second person that I would definitely say is Oprah Winfrey, which everybody knows. I think Oprah holds it right here for me. So these are two people that I would say are right there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farhana Vora. When you mentioned about Oprah Winfrey, I recall she visited the widows' ashram at Vrindavan set up by my mother, Mrs. Suraj Lata Goel and Mrs. Mohini Giri jointly at Vrindavan for the benefit of the widows who are coming from West Bengal. And Oprah Winfrey herself came and visited that place. This shows her greatness. So thank you very much, Dr. Farhana Vora. Now I would like to invite my last but not the least guest of tonight's program, and she is Rotarian Ritika Bajaj. Rotarian Ritika Bajaj, an MBA with a decade of HR management experience, is the creator of Rajavi Jobs. She introduced the concept of plug HR to bridge the gap between perception and reality in HR practices, garnering wide industry recognition. She is proficient in areas like employee efficiency mapping and grievance solving. Rotarian Ritika is restructuring her firm with a vision of an owner-driven organization. Her success is rooted in hard work and determination. Rotarian Ritika embarked on her entrepreneurial journey driven by deep personal motivation, feeling a void in her life and foreseeing a future where her children would grow up and leave her with emptiness. She resolved to create something meaningful. By starting her company, Rotarian Ritika not only sought to fill her own void, but also aimed to become an inspiration to her children. This drive to make a positive impact on her family's future became the foundation of her entrepreneurial endeavor. Welcome, Rotarian Ritika Bajaj on our show. Rotarian Ritika Bajaj, we have heard the panelists earlier, who they have spoken about their journey and their trend setting, how they have done the in the ceiling, glass ceiling, I must say. Now, as a with a decade experience, I'm sure that you are the youngest among all the panelists who have come before you. We would like to know from you your views first about yourself and your views on trend setting women. Rotarian Ritika Bajaj, please.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. So welcome everybody, and this is Ritika Bajaj, Rotarian Ritika Bajaj. I'm a hardcore Rotarian, and I so much agree with Dr. Farhana that the manifestation really works, and if you believe in yourself, what she said was very true. So a small story about me. I am a Indian and a Marwadi. So a Marwadi family and an Indian family generally, they get married. I got married at a very, very early age of 19. So when I got married, got married to a fat, healthy wedding I had, and married to a big businessman, entrepreneur. So came to a family where, I had no dreams of my own as such to pursue, but I was very, very enthusiastic. So whenever I used to meet people, they used to tell me, that you have so much of passion about your work, you have so much of zeal to do something in your life, why you're not doing anything, why you are just a housewife. Or so I believe that even housewives are a 24 hours job. But when you have the caliber, when you think of being an entrepreneur, and I think, what Dr. Farhana said, I had that zeal to be an entrepreneur. And that was my journey. I started I gave 5-7 years. I had kids at an early age, but then I did not stop there. I think that my dream was always there to be an entrepreneur. So I just started my business in 2005, but I kept it slow. So I think that's what, especially a message to every lady, because in their life, they will have times when they will be having their kids, their family, more of importance. Just stay there, stick to it, have discipline. Just, wait for the right time. So I gave about 15 years of time just to run my show at a very, very low pace, because I was waiting for my kids to grow, but I did not leave my work. I was, just doing a lot of research, development. And my time came in 2017. From then, I really grew my firm on multi-flowed. So I have grown my firm from about 5 clients to now about 300, 400 clients. We multi-folded every year with 100 times, 200 times. And then we also diversified into sustainability. So one of my firm is into HR. where we have the complete solution to HR. We have now a startup also, where we again have a vision, where the vision is very clear to make it a 1,000 crore company, which we are, actually working on that as a startup, as a software, HRMS software. And we have a sustainability company which deals into, where the impact, what Mr. Lal was talking about, to create an impact. I believe that social entrepreneurship is the need of the hour today. And what about trendsetters? So I believe that every woman, every single woman or man, so the first thing is differentiation. I don't feel there is any differentiation in the world, but every single person can be a trendsetter, and every person is a trendsetter, not can be, is a trendsetter in the way they lead things or they do things, because they all do it in a very different manner. So there cannot be anything right or wrong in my definition. Everything is always right. It's just the perspective, it's just the way we see things. That is very important. So that is what I would, say, that every person, every single person is a trendsetter. And when we talk about women empowerment, women are already empowered. I don't think so there's a need to empower us, because I think we women are the ones who are multitaskers. If you see the startups which have been started, wherever there is a woman entrepreneur as a, one of the co-founders, that startup has always succeeded because they are more disciplined in their life. They are more, organized with things. They have the caliber to do multitasking works. So I believe that we are already empowered. It is the men who have to be empowered now, and we women only need to realize and, support each other to take the journey ahead. It is that, if you see a mother, if a mother from the day one does not differentiate, or the family does not differentiate between a man and a woman, then there will be no difference between a man or a woman, on the trend setting. So that is very, very important, because I believe that women are the ones who have to actually start realizing their power and grow. So that is what my take would be on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Ritika Bajaj. And I would like to inform all the viewers that I met Rotarian Ritika Bajaj about 9 months or 10 months back in a conference at Agra of Rotary. And during the breakout time, I was sipping the coffee outside, and she came and she started talking, introduced herself. I was a bit surprised because I was not knowing her. But the way she started talking, I found that she's having that guts. She is the person who can achieve and who can reach to a height because of her very clear vision about the startups. And she was talking about the finances, the share market and whatnot, as she said, being a Marwadi. So she knows about all those things. And it was a really good talking to her. And recently she again came in my contact on phone, and then I said, why not you come on the program, give your views. So and she has given all the views in that way. I am really thankful to you. But my question to you is very, very different. If you I would like to know from you, how have trend-setting women influenced societal norms and perceptions regarding gender roles and expectations?
So I believe that, a lot of women, like if you take an example of Kiran Bedi is one of my idol. If you see that she was one of the first IPS, and so I'm glad that I was selected as one of the entrepreneurs. So there was a global women leadership program at Telangana Police Academy, where we had the chance that where IPS officers and the civil officers were there, ladies, women entrepreneurs, and 15 women entrepreneurs were selected for that program. And we had some leadership coachings from IIM and ISB officers. So there I met Kiran Bedi and a lot of IPS and IS officers. So they said that the problem was not, getting to that role. They got to that role. but there were men who could not accept them as their, seniors. They could not take them as their seniors, as well as a lot of places, Mr. Lal. The problem is that, the basic facilities are not there. So one of the incident was when I met IPS officer Aruna. She informed that, the whole tenure, there was no ladies' washroom in the police stations. So that was one of the very key factors, we can bear all bars, we can go to any extent, we can, but the society, we need to have certain basic facilities which should be there for women. That is one of the things. And I believe that, women's now, if you see, again, all these women who have achieved to another extent, if you see, now we have people as an astronaut, if you see, as an air pilot. So all the fields, there are, I don't think so any fields now where there is any bar for women. Even in Rotary, as ma'am already said, that, Rotary, till an extent, they did not allowed women membership. There was a different circle called, ladies circle forum, which was for women only. But so now we are also in talks that why only women's clubs should be there. So Rotary allowed women membership. Now we have, now Rotary is also talking about, there should be more of equality between the number of strength of women and men membership power. So now I
Yes.
think, the question is like, women's are always there everywhere. We don't need to, break any boundaries, or we don't
Yes.
need to see that where we can place ourselves. We are
Okay.
actually walking in hand with men.
Okay.
And I think the society is really expecting us.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Rotarian Ritika Bajaj. And you mentioned about Aruna. She is Miss Aruna Bahuguna. She was the former director of Sardar Vallabhbhai
Yes.
Patel Police Academy, Hyderabad. She used to come to my program of media conference with Lal Goel very frequently. I will see to it, and one of the program of Healing Our Earth, I will call her, or if they will keep a program on policing or something like that, then definitely I will call senior IPS officers, lady IPS officers in my program. So thank you very much. So Amrita, you have heard today the 4 beautiful but trendsetters, ladies, women, and I am so fortunate that I know them personally, whether for last 35 years or for 9 months, but I was knowing them, and I am very much, I'm so happy that they are the trendsetter. There are very few, I can say very few on program because of the paucity of time. But again, I am repeating, as one of the panelists also said, all the women are trendsetters because they are the mother. And once a mother is always a mother, mother is always a trendsetter. So that's it from my side today. So over to you, Amrita, and thank you all my Indian panelists.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goel. Before you move on, I have a question from each of the guests, and a very beautiful thought. Women is a trendsetter because she's a trendsetter of humanity as well. And because of that face of beautiful humanity that comes from the very being, she understands, she knows, she sensitizes things, she values things, and that's what she's made up of. And that's what I would like to ask all of our guests, where we will be moving very shortly to US, where we have our senior host Sharon Rose with me, as well as Eleni, the beautiful ladies from US across the globe. And I want to ask from each one of you, what is your vision of 22nd century global women? What kind of a women do you dream of, or what kind of a women do you expect them to be? We have been talking a lot about empowerment, but then what is your vision about seeing a 22nd century women? Let's start with Archana, and then move to Ritika, and then we have Dr. Farhan. Over to you, Archana ji.
Thank you so much. I think that the women have already set the trend. And I think next, like ma'am said, I think we'll be talking about men, because we'll be setting trends. I mean, they've already set trends, but women have surpassed them in all fields of work, all areas of work. So I guess the trend is already set. Now, like Mr. Goel said, that, it's you just have to hit the glass ceiling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ritika, yes.
Yeah, I would
Ritika ji.
think that, in the new century, new era, every woman should be financially independent. That is the key. Because if you are financially independent, I see a lot of women, when they are financially independent, they can take their own stand on a lot of subjects, and they don't have to always, be like we have to bear this, or we need to, struggle with our sufferings, but we can actually fight back because now we are financially strong. So I believe that every woman on earth, in fact, that should be financially very strong to take their own say.
Thank you. Dr. Farhan, your take.
So two things here. One, I want to see a world where we are not defined as man and woman. We are defined on our merits. We are defined on the job we can do. We are defined what we can deliver. And the second thing is, and I'm going to borrow from Ritika here, I do a workshop on psychology of money. I think money will be the defining factor of how independent women are. Money gives us choices, money gives us opportunities. And yes, I agree with Ritika a lot that money will be one thing that women need to keep as a forefront right there. Yep, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Rotarian Lal Goel, before we say you bye and then we take up Sharon, your point of view to see the 22nd century women as a man perspective.
Okay, it's a very difficult thing for me to answer because I am the only man present with all the beautiful ladies.
No, you are not the only man. There are two more
right
other
now,
men
what I can see, because Mr. Neil Kumar is not visible. Anyway, my view is very, very clear. The way in the last century we have seen the dynamics in the women growth, the way they have changed the scenario in last century. The day is not far, or the next century when we are talking, when the women will be ruling, although they still rule, but now, as Ritika said and all our panelists said, the financial independence, yes. Earlier it was not, because they were doing the work which is also very, very important, the parenting which they used to do, the upbringing of a child, as well as the household work. But today the scene has changed, and I am sure that the 22nd century, the man will understand the real power of women. They will start respecting them. They will start giving them the importance which the women deserve even today. But now, not that much, but the 22nd century is the century for the women, and we men are going to suffer. Thank you very much. And global
Thank you,
namaste.
Rotarian Lal Goel. Please stay on. We have our founder director, Neil Kumar. As you said, I'm the only man, so he's here. Your comments, Neil Kumar. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Rotarian Lal, go ahead. Just to support you, I was here sitting at the back. The law is very simple. When you got too many women about, don't argue. Sit back, relax, and just listen to them, because they give birth to humanity. With regards to all the sessionists today and the contributors, we visited every continent today. Right now we are with India, then we're going North Atlantic to USA and back to London. Archana, you've got a very good role, because flying is very important nowadays. Why? Because people love traveling. So you will be a very good leader in the GLOWomen, where Dr. Amrita Sharma will be in touch with you through Rotarian Lal Goel, where maybe you can lead that section, because women love that section. Traveling is essential. It forms part of a beauty, travel, and meditation as well. So it'll be very useful. Ritika, you will be very useful again, because you've got this business head on you, the way you multiplied and expanded. And remember, financial independence is one of the things you are dreaming for, and all the women are dreaming for the same status. So you will be very useful as well leading that thing when the GLOWomen invites you over there. And Archana, Farhana, Dr. Farhana, you are also very useful and inspirational because the way you grew up, the way you actually motivate people. So Rotarian Lal Gohel, all these wonderful Rotarians that you brought are very part of it. As you know, Healing Our Earth was the first platform on the earth that dedicated the Rotary Club 3 full sessions. And that's how they sprung up into worldwide sessions as well. So not only as a Rotarians, but from in the subcontinent of India, the Indian continent itself. All of you are wonderful soul. We love you all. You are part of GLOWomen and Healing Our Earth now. And maybe it's time to say hello all the way into different part of Atlantic. Let's move on to USA and thank you all the people from India.
Global.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was lovely being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's time to move from India to the next continent, to other side of the world, and say a very good morning to the beautiful faces and the beautiful ladies, Eleni, Clara, and our very Sharon Rose. Global namaste to all of you.
It's a pleasure to be here today.
Yeah, Sharon. And in fact, we are talking about something really very glowy. So what is the reason for the glow on your faces? Let's start with that. And it has been a very productive episode today, Sharon, because we came to know about perspectives of women from different parts, the cross-continental, cross-cultural, the kind of work they have been doing, their efforts that they have been putting forward in their own ways, which is really creditable. And therefore, in today's episode, I would definitely like to know your perspective as well as the perspective of your guests, Eleni and Clara. But let's have a talk first. So over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Global Namaste, everyone. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with you, with my wonderful guests, Eleni and Clara, who, if you've been a part of our audience, you've met them before. They're really fantastic women. And our focus today is going to be on self-love, the concept of flow in your life and in your world, and then the sacredness of life, of us as women, and of us as in the arts of dance and music and theater, and the embodiment of the divine feminine. My life has been totally absorbed in this search for a deep, deep, deep spiritual path. It came through dance. It came through my mother. My mother at 3 years old. Well, actually, she said when I was 9 months old, that's when I began dancing, because she was a dancer herself and a scholar. And my mother was extraordinary in that she really, I feel she was so responsible for who I am. She took me to a gazillion classes. Every day after school, she'd pick me up and take me to dance classes and singing classes and theater classes. And she sat with me with every paper I had to do for school. She was, and she passed away this year, she was the most extraordinary mother that someone could possibly have. And I think that some of that is lost these days. That mothering, that nurturing. If you ask me what I see for the future, I want that nurturing quality, that healing quality, that loving quality in women to return if it's not there anymore, because too often we're just caught up in trying to compete with men and become like men, and where our values, we were always in history, the women were the spiritual teachers and the spiritual leaders. And that's where I feel we need to really jump up and embody the highest qualities, totally embody the highest qualities of what it really means to be a woman. So we'll start with Eleni. Eleni loves to talk about the concept of self-love.
Global namaste, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here on this global platform. And I know a few of you, I'm Rita and Neil, and of course, Sharon, and I'm looking forward to meeting more of you. And Sharon, I couldn't agree more with everything you said. I was pondering the question that Rita posed at the end of the last session, and in regards to imagining what the 22nd century would be like, regardless of gender identification or roles of masculine, feminine, power, and presence. And I thought about all of the areas that are in transition right now, including our global economy, including whether we would even have money in the 22nd century, and what transactional relationships would be like ideally, because I do like to ponder in the ideal and to imagine the best case scenario, not just for our own personal gain and benefit, but for every species, in all humans, all animals, all plants and trees and rocks and everything. So looking at it in the totality of a 22nd century paradise, to return to a paradise that we were given by the divine. And our role as divine feminine embodiments is to bring that paradise in, as Sharon said, through love, through the heart. And so many women have become trained to be like the masculine, and the masculine is amazing. I love the masculine. I love the brilliance of the masculine, how the masculine comes in and creates immediate containment and protection for all the beauty that the great mother has created for us, and the ingenuity and the brilliance and the ability to use the analytical mind in such incredible ways. And in order for us to really achieve the highest level of possibilities for the 22nd century, we have to bring in the heart, and we have to return to love, as Marianne Williams says, and so many other great teachers, men and women. We have to return to love. And Sharon and I had conversations about this. And what is most essential right now is not just the love that we as mothers and as daughters and as sisters and as friends and as wives and partners and as professionals, but the love for self. The love that the divine gives to us is within us. And we cultivate that love when we give ourselves that sacred time to nurture ourselves in what we call full embodiment. And both the feminine and the masculine can do this. It's not just a practice for women, it's a practice for everyone. It's to return home to our hearts and become loving beings to self, so that we can love others unconditionally. And that, to me, is how we would move into a true paradise here on earth, is if we can engage and relate to each other with full unconditional love. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, Eleni is a true professional. She is a project coordinator. She's an expert in branding. She's working with all of us on the Global Veda Mela with Dr. Dhanada and myself and Michael Henry Dunn to bring this exquisite event, this Vedic event of all the sciences and teachings and arts together. So we're thrilled to have you. Self-love, you know, what I find, and I'll ask Clara about this in a moment, is that with the chaos and confusion and fear that is being broadcast to us every day, unless you turn off the TV. So many people, women actually, and men, have hardened their hearts. You know, they're afraid to love, they're afraid to care, and the whole, I mean, I've been working on this myself to really, what does it mean to open your heart fully? What does it mean, and how do you get there? Well, it's through deep spiritual practice. And we find these practices working with the nature of the mind, working with the nature of the emotions, to free ourselves from these imprinted patterns of fear and confusion and, oh, you know, all these thoughts that come around that are just driving us crazy. There is a path. There are paths, many of them, to free oneself and to be able to sit in this place of clarity and love and a certain kind of detachment, and what we in Qigong, and Clara knows this well, call flow. Global namaste, Clara.
Global namaste to you, dear Sharon and Nalini and everyone else here on the call. Thank you so much for inviting me back in. And what an important topic here. We are speaking into how we mother ourselves, how we take that aspect of how we, you know, a lot of us here are mothers, how, and there was it, Lal was saying that mothers are the original trendsetters. I really like that because the way that we teach our children and their friends. But how about when we focus this love for others and our offspring to ourselves? You know, this presence of self-love is so important to fill our well. And you were saying that, Sharon, that it was about, you know, deep practice that takes us into that ability to connect with our hearts. And I'd like to add the word simply deep practice. You know, just giving yourself time in nature. You know, a lot of us are always saying this. Let's remind ourselves that nature has got all the answers. She holds us. She's the great mother. And when we can be in her stillness, when we can be and notice her flow, we can notice that within ourselves and we don't feel so alone anymore. We can step into the realization that we are already love. We are already love right here and now. And that's one of the practices that has saved me from trying to, like, I'm trying to do things. No, just step into being here and now, what I already have. And that presence, that giving yourself your own presence, that's a simply deep act of recognition that you can choose. And with all the chaos going on, this is our challenge. Can we still give ourselves this unique presence point of love, connected to the divine, connected deep into the Great Mother? Can we give ourselves this over and over again to resource ourselves so that we have the energy to birth the new projects that we have, to be able to give the overspill of our love and humanity and laughter, joy, dance, stillness and flow to the world? It has to start with us. It has to start with us taking care of ourselves. So thank you for voicing this topic. I know those of you have already spoken into it in your own way, but it is something that just to finish off here with my own personal practice at the moment is really embodying rest. It's remembering that rest can be your best friend, and that when you give yourself rest, fullness, then you're really giving yourself deep nurturing. And that, I think, is a huge gift to acknowledge. So yeah, thank you so much.
I myself have been going through a transformation recently. And to find this moment, this time of flow, this concept that rather than grasping into the outer world, you know, just trying to pull things to you. Oh, and the mind is going off. Oh, how am I going to do this? And I have all these problems and all. Letting the mind completely rest And rather than just constantly pushing outward, just going inward and allowing this sense of flow on every level. And Eleni can tell you very well, we've been flowing a lot in the last couple of weeks because I've returned deeply to my dance practice and the integration of every form I've ever learned. Of course, I start with Indian classical dance, Kathak. I even throw in some Bharatanatyam, but there's the concept of flow and also bringing the consciousness rather than pushing it out there into the very tissues of the body and really waking up every cell and just becoming aware in doing these practices. One becomes aware of where you're holding. So many of us women hold in the solar plexus, grasp, and then we get this kind of defeated, my sister's a little bit like that, defeated attitude, where we bring in the Shakti, we bring in the Chi, we bring in the light. If we bring it into our heart, out of our heart, and fill our whole body with this nurturing nectar of grace and beauty, that is the essence of the feminine. This is what we're working to do these days, right, Eleni?
Yes, thank you for your brilliance and your incredible wisdom through the decades that has allowed you from a very young age to know your soul purpose. So many of us struggle just to know, why are we here? What is our purpose? And Sharon, you were given the gift from a very young age to be able to fulfill that purpose so beautifully. And I feel so honored to be practicing with you in such an intimate way. And Sharon and I have been getting together regularly at her studio to dance these sacred dances, to move our bodies in ways that may feel strange and foreign, but so natural, so true. And if we could drop the resistance and just allow, as we've been talking here, just allow the flow of the universal energy to just guide us and allow us to be informed where we are stuck and where the resistance is, because sometimes it does come from here, but sometimes there is certain aspects of information in our bodies that tell us, it's my heart, or it could be in the wrists, it could be in any part of our bodies. And so having the opportunity with Sharon and the beautiful music that she is composing and now choreographing to allow us, and she will be sharing it with the world shortly, hopefully sooner than we can all imagine, because it's an opportunity to release into the feminine in a way that brings, and she calls it the nectar of bliss. We can call it ecstatic embodiment. We can call it true source presence. We can embrace it as a unifying concept that is available to the feminine energy of love and beauty. And so many deities that we know that embody the qualities of the feminine inherent in all of us, because we were created by the Great Mother. And in her creation, we embody all her characteristics. And so I advise everyone here listening to find a practice, a sacred practice, as Clara says, it even better if it's in nature, even better if your bare feet are on the earth, even better to expose yourself fully to the sun and the elements and the trees, the water running past, in a stream of a beautiful energetic vortex, and to embrace all of that so that we recognize that is us, that is the human body. it's all encapsulated in this beautiful temple of ours. And to be able to dance that every day, not just in a studio practice as I get to do with Sharon, which is beautiful, but at home, in our business experiences, in all transactions, we have the capacity to be fully embodied with this energy. And from there, we can cultivate true connection with each other.
Beautiful. And Clara?
I was feeling such freedom as you were speaking there, Leni. It's that when we allow ourselves to be our true nature, and this sensuality of flow and movement that can come, that wants to come through us, and for us to embody that, it's like owning our birthright to be divine feminine embodied on the planet right now. And it's kind of, it's a responsibility as well for us to turn up that dial unabashedly, purely, as much as you can, shining your light and being as fully feminine as you possibly want to be. And one of the other things that I was feeling as you were speaking there, Leni, with the work that you're doing with Sharon, and oh my goodness, I cannot wait to hear more of your beautiful music coming through and the dance too. But this the rise of the collaboration between women, the women's circles that are really coming on board now, this reclaiming of sisterhoods. This is where we hold each other, where we hear each other, where we inspire each other. And my feeling is this is what's taking us into the next phase of the earth, whatever date that could be, that there's an underpinning of that, of the heart of femininity and the womb of femininity and the connection to the great mother. It's like, it's exciting, but it's also very grounding and very true. It feels like we're this deep reclamation of something that got a bit lost, but when it comes back, it's like, oh, welcome back into my heart. And it's just beautiful. So I feel like you are really embodying that as well. So yeah, thank you.
And I just want to say, in regards to the topic of sisterhood, and one of the aspects of being in divine feminine sisterhood together is the aspect of collaboration, not competition, collaboration, adoration for each and every woman and the beauty that each and every woman exudes, and to honor each other in that way of non-competitiveness. And that is what I aspire to do in my interactions with women in deep, intimate ways, is to inspire them to recognize their beauty, their power, their wisdom, their unlimited capacity to create. And that's the spark, that's the divine spark that we all carry, because we do give birth. We have been given the gift of birth as feminine, and let's birth each other now in this 21st century. So by the time we get to the 22nd, it will all be gloriously displayed.
It's interesting you bring this up, because I had a kata class for a number of years in Boulder, Colorado. And the women would come in, it was after work, right? They'd come in with their hair all tied up in business suits and all this. And I always brought big skirts and dupattas, etc. And they'd come in and immediately then they'd change into these clothing. And then it would be such a delight to see this sensuality, like true sensuality. That's a topic I like to talk about.
Yeah, Sharon, I want to add you on. I think it's not just about, we have been discussing a lot about women empowerment, a lot of things about women, but then women and fashion trends and sensuality in relation to that is one of another aspect where which really touches, because if you see on the global basis the fashion and the trends that have been taken up by women, even if a small girl child, you see there's so many things available for her fashion and to uplift her sensuality in that little way as well, which is so adorable. And when you talked about the drapes and the dupattas and the things, it reminds me of the costumes and the different intercultural things that are available around the globe, where people, especially women, have so many dresses and those attire costumes that have their own grace in its own way. And I think that has been loved by women. What is your take, Seema ji, on that? I think we have already talked a lot about it and we have been discussing, but I know it's your favorite topic as well. And then we'll have comments from Nil Kumar.
I'm being transported back to Hong Kong, where I actually was invited to attend a women's circle. And I never paid much attention to it. So there's this lovely Swiss girl, I think she's Swiss, her name is Corinne Conrad, and she conducts these occasional women's circle, facilitates them and trains you to be a facilitator as well. And my very close friend Natalie Summers, said, Seema, come along with me. I've been to one of them and it's beautiful. And I said, nah, what is this women's circle? I don't understand it. She said, just come along. I was beautiful. There were cushions in a circle, flowers, candles. It was almost, there was a mandala. A sacred art form was present there. We were all seated down. We were taken through a little bit of breath work, meditation, affirmations, and some exercises that facilitated connection. Ladies, you won't believe this. I was in tears. It was a heart-opening experience. As you said, it's not competition, it's connection. It's one woman rebirthing the other woman. It's support. It's sisterhood. It's moving together energetically, and a very, very safe space. You almost feel like you're seated within the womb of the mother with nothing to think about, no one to worry about, no external factors. You're in that space with your sister seated in the womb of the mother where you can express anything you want, cry, laugh, scream, jump, shout, whatever emotion comes to the surface is what it's meant to be. She conducts these women's, and after that, of course, in Hong Kong, as we always do, we eat. We all rejoice and we eat. That's the best. That's also a very great part of it. But that space, that experience is something I will always hold very close to my heart. Straight after that, I moved out of Hong Kong to Oxford. But had I been in Hong Kong, I would have been a regular visitor going for these women's circles. And I'm actually gutted with myself that I didn't do it earlier when Natalie was pushing me to do it, because it was a very, very profound and powerful experience. Now, you mentioned the rise of sisterhood. The spirituality is taking on a new form in all dimensions. It's almost as if we're stepping into another era right now, especially after COVID. And haven't you noticed with this, the female goddess is being glorified on such a larger scale? More people are talking about the Devi. All the ancient traditions are coming back to life. Sharon, when I see you, you always remind me of Mata Durga and her Sola Shingar, the 15 Shingars, the adornments that she has, the jewelry, the lipstick, the nose ring, the nail polish, the henna or the alta, the clothes, the chunri, everything. If you look at it, the more I look around the younger generation here in the UK, Hong Kong, wherever I go into the world, they are embodying the females especially, embodying some aspect of the divine feminine. Look at the younger generation. They're wearing bangles. They're wearing all that bohemian jewelry. I have girls, so I'm able to notice this on a much larger scale. They want nose rings. They want the big earrings. They want the bindi. They want the tattoos. Tattoos. It's all coming back. Ancient wisdom is being rebirthed, and some of us aren't even noticing it. But it's beautiful. I love it. We should facilitate an online women's circle.
Oh,
That would be very powerful. I will have a word with Corinne as well and ask her to come on board. She holds the space. She's very powerful, and she's very grounded and very connected. So she holds the space beautifully. Not one woman was not crying at a women's circle. It was that strong.
Thank you, Seema. Let's go to a question about women today again. So Sharon will go around the panel, and then later you can finish up by showing a video. Eleni, we come to you. If you are made in charge of a global women forum, which matter, subject, or an issue would you like to lead, and how would you deliver it over the next 2 minutes, if you could give us an idea? Over to you, Eleni.
Okay, in my response, I would want to initiate a heart-connected vision for humanity, one that is connected to nature in a deep and sacred way, for us to return to our true embodied places of feminine empowerment through love, through beauty, through compassion. And I would like to do as Seema is suggesting, invite women to come together in sisterhood, because that is home. That is why she and all the women there cried, because that is a return to home. Our real home is here. And we can share that home with each other, and then with the larger home of all of life. And so I would initiate that impulse, bring that impulse forward, and remind all of us that we are not alone. We will never be alone. When we embrace each other as sisters, we will never, ever be alone.
Okay, thank you. And same question to you, Clara. What specific issue, matter, or a subject would you like to lead, and how would you deliver it?
Thank you, Neil. I just knew you were going to ask me this. And the word that comes through, or the feeling that comes through, is to clear old patterns, old behaviors, old inherited things, old ways of being, and clearing that from the multidimensional psyche through various practices, tools, and techniques that I can share. But also this embodiment of clearing through the Qigong, through the ability that we have with the knowledge of the Chinese medicine to activate meridian lines to ensure that the system is able to clear itself, because we can't really step forward and embody our large shininess if we've got stuff in the way, if we've got old patterns in the way, if we've got things that have blocks that have held us back in the way. The clearing for me is really the first port of call. And I think we have to remember, like, if you look at a cell as a single cell, what's the most important part of that cell? I think it was Ken Cohen that asked this once, actually, one of my Qigong teachers. And we'd all be saying it's the nucleus and all of that. He said, no, it's the discharge system. You have to be able to release and discharge the old before there's any space for anything new to get in the way. So that would be my focus, and I would use various techniques for that around clearing the quantum subconscious, but also bringing in embodiment, because then you get to the unique essence, your unique gift. What are you here to birth through, and then weave in the collaboration with others. So it's getting out of thinking you've got to do everything, because it's not important, it's not possible, to honing and polishing and kinding your unique gift that you've been given by spirit to embody in this world at this time, and really making that so good, so part of who you are, and then weaving it with others that have a similar vibration and frequency. This really excites me. So it's clearing first and foremost, and then embodying your true essence. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Sharon, same to you. Which specific subject matter or issue would you like to lead, and how would you deliver that?
Full healing through movement, through dance, through music, sacred sound, mantra, chant, and taking all the tools that I've gathered in these 75 years from all different cultures and all different forms, really with the Hindu culture as my base, and just celebrating. We have forgotten joy. You know, let's celebrate and enjoy. Lately, when I've been teaching, we have all been going into a state of bliss. Really. Everybody, because I'm using meditation and I'm using, you know, different kinds of tal and ragas for different times of days. There's so much deep knowledge that I want to share that brings us together and brings us into ourselves through the arts, through all these different healing techniques, and through music, and also with me, of course, it would have to be through media. So you asked me this is what we're doing for the Global Veda Mela. They put me in touch of what so I'm the head of media, and I'm the head of the music and the art. And this is, but it combines so many years of so many different practices and so many different teachings that really all have to do with becoming the clearest, as Clara said, and the most radiant beings that we have the potential to be.
Thank you, Sharon. Amrita, goes to you as well. So far, everybody's swaying towards spirituality and holistic method. Have you got any specific issue about women that you would like to lead, and how would you deliver it?
I think a lot of things have already been shared and talked in, but specifically, I would like to take up social issues related with women in terms of health education, as well as upliftment. So all those issues in terms of their values, changing up of cultural trends, giving them education to understand what is right and what was right and what will be right in tomorrow's time, and also giving them an idea to how to be independent through education. That's very important. And yeah, that's what I would like to deliver, being a part of trend-setting women.
And how do you intend to deliver it?
Well, in that way, it will be good as we have a group of global women, and in that group, we have subcategories where we have people who will be bringing other people, or we will be approaching from time to time in different places and delivering those kind of things to spread the idea of what has been implemented. But before that, a memorandum has to be made. The ideas and the keys have to be put down, and things must be mapped out with a clear mind map on that. And then it has to be implemented, taking into conditions, various socioeconomic as well as financial, as well as cultural issues in mind at various different parts of the world.
Thank you, Amrita. Stay around there. Sharon, keep your video ready. Let's go to Lata. Lata, what subject would you like to see on Healing Our Earth? And if you were in charge, how would you deliver?
Wow, such a profound question. Global namaste to everyone. This has been a really heaven-shattering episode, I would say. It's been quite, we've hit the ceiling, I think. It's been really, really very encouraging that, because I think I've been thinking along these lines since I've been, to be honest, from 1979 or just before. So I'm so amazed how this has brought like-minded people on this platform, Neil. Thank you ever so much, because due to COVID, things have been, shattered, I think, and we've sort of recharging and doing what is supposed to be doing. And maybe we're a nucleus here of women who can actually bring this about collaboratively. It's got to be together. So yeah, I would love to see programs more on this basis, where I was not aware of just how much the inequalities are there out there. My heart goes out to India and Africa and the third world countries in America, where they're just not having the basics. And I would love to see that equality in life. And we all need to share our finances together to bring that about. How it's going to happen, it's just going to be a beautiful experience unfold in front of our very eyes.
Thank you, Lata. Okay, she likes to see equality and financial independence. Sharon, let's look at your video. Then we go to Mita and Seema for the same question. Let's look at your video now. Thank you, Sharon. So if you could share. Mita, keep your answer ready so that we know which subject, if you were in charge, you would like to lead and how you deliver. S goes for Seema as well. Sharon, go ahead, share your video. And
I have two videos. One is an introduction from Adi for us all. And then I have her latest song.
And the song is not copyright, is she? She's not out in the media there?
It's her song. It's
It's not copyright, correct?
Well, if it's copyrighted by her, so it's fine.
No, it's not fine for us because the computer doesn't know that Eddie has given us permission.
No, I don't think it just got, I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
She wouldn't have given it to me.
Yes, just go ahead.
Greetings. Hello. Thank you so much for having me be here. Thank you, Sharon, so much for inviting me. I'm sorry that we couldn't do this in person, but I'm honored to be invited and to share some music with you and a little bit of some insights around this piece that I selected. This is on my new EP. We just released it a couple weekends ago. It's called A Tribute to the Dearly Departed, and this piece is called Phoenix. And, when I wrote it, the town of Ashland and Talent and Phoenix, there in Oregon, where I used to live, was on fire. And we'd been living through these really intense fire seasons, wildfire seasons, where we were literally encased in so much smoke in the valley. There was nowhere to go. There was no escape, right? So this piece was sort of born from some of that anguish and this question of how can I surrender to the change that's happening all around me? How can I make peace with all this destruction? It really felt like the end of the end sometimes. So there's this catharsis in allowing what needs to die, allowing what needs to burn, inside of ourselves as we change and transform into the next human creature that is coming. So there's this sense of, writhing and fighting and like existential crunch, this anguish. That's also met with a prayer and sort of an anthem. Because when I choose to believe that I chose to come here, that I chose to be here at this time, I feel more empowered, I feel more courageous. And so the end of the piece is really this anthem for if you're lonely, if you're in fear, if it all doesn't make sense and you feel like you've got nowhere to go. The end of the piece is sort of a rally cry. And I find that just shifting my perspective from, oh God, why is this happening to me? And that scary, scary place of being in the unknown. If I shift my perspective to, well, what if I chose to be here? I wonder what's next. I wonder what's mine to do in this conversation or in this part of the story. So I encourage you to listen to it and find that, rally cry with all of us together, united. We're here. We're doing this. Yeah, a little bit about this piece and what it means to me. So if you'd like to purchase the EP, go to my website, oracle88.com. Thanks again so much for having me be here. I hope you're all very well, and I look forward to speaking to you again soon.
All right, here we go. This is very beautiful. Eleni and I got to hear it when she had her online release party.
So in it, can't see the forest for the trees are burning. We're so in it, can't see the future for the past is falling.
That was simply beautiful. Eddie is not just a beautiful person, she's also a beautiful soul because she comes to Healing Our Earth regularly through you, Sharon. And I think she should be made as one of the ambassadors of the GLOWomen
Oh,
because
she would be, well, you can see she's so dynamic and articulate and expressive. And I met her in a world music choir in about, what, 2010. And then she was the star of our only actual feature narrative film that was about Kalki, actually. And she is now one of the lead singers on my forthcoming music and dance extravaganza. And you can tell her harmonies are exquisite. And I just adore her.
yes,
So I'm
her
happy
heart,
to bring her in this way today.
her art is very pure and she's very spiritually imbibed woman as well. And you, Litocha, Eleni, Clara, Nina, all of you should get together and maybe create a road show concert. You need to have those girls, but Addie, because she is much younger in a current generation, could be a very good ambassador to lead you guys into the current trend fashion. So maybe go and encourage her and let's bring out some different way and different style and bring all the vast knowledge all of you have accumulated. And I think it should be created as a road show, where it's a traveling road show either to different states or different country, get the tourism of local state involved and the culture ministry of local states, and it will work. We have discussed this, but at the end of the day, you guys have to get it done. We can help you how to market that once you've got the product. And Sharon, this is not just Eddie. You brought in so many people, and prior to you getting into music, Mark Luftenberg from USA, Diana from USA, these are all people which came from Healthy Mind, Healthy Planet. They are such a big personalities there. We can bring them on. There is a local Aborigine in Australia who is such a big name, Mundo. They were so so fast. They created song live on Healing Our Earth. So this was so beautiful, the flow, the music. You can see Addie means everything because she brought every frame, every 5 seconds of a frame was depicting different mood, different style, different colors. So it was really beautiful. Please convey our thanks to her as well. And she does this regularly through you to Healing Our Earth, Sharon. So well done. And since it's part of your music as well, and you are a very good mentor, I think everybody's just waiting and dying to see the release of the same.
Well, I'm very excited on that note that right now I'm finishing up my film Quantum Chi. And there's 2 episodes, one's very yin, one's very yang, and I decided in the middle to put a meditation. So our dear friend John Milton from The Way of Nature did his own translation of chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching about the way of nature. And then I had our dear Amalia Wai Ching. She was in Malaysia. We were virtually with her in the recording studio, which was incredible technology. And she recorded it. And then we added some, well, I love Swarmando, but we couldn't find one. I asked you all, but we found an auto harp and tuned it to Bhopali Raga. And then I'm going to have a Grammy Award-winning Chinese musician, Jebing Chen. She's going to be playing on it. And she was thrilled. She's very excited about it. So as women, we are the creators. And this process of clearing, as Clara says, ourselves and embodying the divine feminine and embodying the highest aspects of ourselves, it leads to this, like, we're not just birthing children, we're birthing projects, we're birthing all kinds of things. And this is what we need to do. We need to give birth to this new flow, this new way of being in the world. They need our help. The world needs our help.
It's beautiful, Sharon, and you just forge ahead. Every energy is right behind you. And before we let you, everybody go, we promise we'll listen to what Meeta wants to see or if how she can achieve. Meeta, our next couple of minutes, your comment, then Seema, your last concluding comment, and Amrita, then you can close with all the American people maybe swaying into music before we go. Over to you, Meeta. We can't hear you. See if you can unmute and unmute yourself again. We can't hear you. Okay, try to unmute. Make sure your microphone is
Are
on.
you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you very much for the beautiful song. Really enjoyed it. It was amazing. I would like to say, to answer your question, Neil, about what program we would like to see with reference to, I believe, women empowerment, which was today's topic. So I would say that empowering women and girls to shape the digital world is very important, because that's where the future is going to be. That's where all the decisions are going to be made. And I spoke at the United Nations last year for the Commission for Status of Women in a parallel event on this. And a lot has to be done in that hemisphere. No matter whether the women or girls are in global south or global north, they are in impoverished country, developing country, still the penetration of digital technologies everywhere, and they can still make decisions. So it's very important that we train more. We have a program which where we encompass, the importance of STEM, because over 1.1 million women working across core STEM. Women are only making 24% of the core STEM workforce. So we need to find the gender balance over there. And 1/3 of women in global technology companies are at the moment, but in 2050, 75% of job will be in STEM and in technology. So women have to, jump the digital divide. And how we can address this through a program, I don't know. But one of the examples which I like to give everyone about is Mangalyaan project, which was done by women scientists of Indian Space Research Organization. And they did at a cost which was 10th of what NASA did. They sent an auto rickshaw, size satellite out of Earth's orbit into Mars. And it's a journey of 660 million kilometers and 300 days. And they did it at first attempt. So simple women wearing simple saris, no makeup, nothing, but they did it. So women can do that, and how we can encourage through a program, that would be what I would like to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. So I'm extremely passionate about GLOWomen, and there's so many things I want to do. First and foremost, I'd like to share, I had to take a small break from our program today because I was attending a meeting which is very, very close to my heart, and I'd like to share it with all of you. It's known as Project Pavitra. Did you all know that there are girls in Africa as young as the age of 8 or 9 who have to compromise their body just for the sake of one simple sanitary napkin? Something we take for granted so easily. We go into Superdrug or Boots and we buy a whole pack of it. We may even have extra ones lying in a drawer. Do we ever think that a girl as young as 8 or 9 compromises her body, sometimes lands up being exploited and pregnant, or with a sexually transmitted disease? We are in 2024, ladies and gentlemen. This is a cause that we have to really look into. And it's very important that humanity comes together. So, along with GLOWomen, we are going to be inviting all the women on board to come on board with us and help us make changes in this world. This is something we're going to address very shortly in the near future. It's one thing I'm very, very passionate about. Yeah, our programs will offer stress release programs, breath work, proper nutrition, body movements, and hand gestures that will relieve the children of their stress and anxiety. We will empower them not to miss 5 days of school and go to school, because a lot of countries in Africa and in Asia, the girls live with shame because they have their period. Yeah, many of them don't have access to a sanitary napkin and they're bleeding, so they will not go out and go to school. Many of them are faced by social taboo. They can't go next to a boy because they'll get pregnant. They can't speak to a man because they'll get pregnant. On the other hand, some of them are indulging in child prostitution just for a pad, number one. Number two, what else would I like to do for GLOWomen, with GLOWomen? You spoke about women being the creators, Sharon, and birthing. We women are creators and we do give birth. We're naturally born to be mothers. So with GLOWomen, I would love to have an atmosphere and environment where we can be the mothers and we can nurture. Nurture through stress release programs, nurture through breath work, nurture through support, and nourish. Not what does a mother do? What is the first thing a mother does when a baby is born? Baby is brought to her and she gives the baby her breast and she feeds the baby her milk. So what do we do as these mothers? We nurture and nourish through everything positive. Conduct events, food events, based on nutrition, postpartum eating, something that is really, really important. I, as a mother, when I had my children, I was lucky enough to have my mother present with me, giving me all the nutritional food, providing all the essentials for a mother who's for a woman who's just become a mother. It is tradition, Amrita, as you would know, when you give birth to your baby, your mother comes to you. I went 2 ways. The first time my mother was with me, I went the Indian way with all the Amrita si panjiri and the gond and all the lovely food she would make. The second time I went the Chinese way. I had a ginger bath in ginger water. At that time I was a non-vegetarian. I was drinking fish head soup because I had this Ama who was Chinese, who was telling me how to do everything the Chinese way. So as women, when we come together, we want to nurture each other, we want to nourish each other, we want to network, we want to support, we want to empower, we want to uplift. Yeah, and we want to make a difference in the lives of others, because when we make a shift in other people's lives, they say one shift you make with one person has a ripple effect to touch their lives of 1,000. And ladies and gentlemen who are in Healing Our Earth and our family, we all know that through hands-on experience through our platform here, how we've all connected and made a difference in each other's lives. So this is how I would like to be instrumental with GLOWomen. And I ask for everyone's blessings that we can do this with such a great force and so much love, as you said, Clara, Eleni, and Sharon, because the essence of it all lies in one word: love and support. I think I've said it all.
Thank you, Seema. You're very clear. You're going to bring Project Pavitra, which means holy. It also means pure, which is good. And it's particularly to do with sanitation and pads and educating younger people. And in this particular place in Africa that we will be doing. So it is nice to zoom on to exact project that you would like to lead. How would you do it? Do you know an organization that will support you?
So
Do you know
I'm part
a company
of...
that will sponsor you? Do you know an organization that has asked you? Or do you know any society who will do that? So encourage all the women to be very specific. What would they like to lead? How would they lead it? Will they use the power of internet or social media or Zoom or animation or video or singing or talking book? They need to be very clear, because then we can zoom into helping them and say, in this country, this person is involved with it, can you please contact and start grouping together? So we need to be very specific. So that's so beautiful. So we zoom into projects. We see how we do. Well, let's try to close now. Before we close, all the people in Northern acting in United States, Eleni, Sharon, Clara, you all love clearing the mind, swaying, music. So either one of you, any one of you just lead. Let's have a 5-minute session with all three of you swaying together or in situ together, so we get more perception of what you were talking about. Go ahead, Sharon. You can guide your leads.
Well, I need some, we don't need some music. Clara, would you like to lead a little Qigong?
Well, thank you. Yeah, what just dropped in as a way of integrating everything, but also activating the heart frequency, is a beautiful harmonizing movement, which we can play with now, because it will also encourage us to move and flow and be with it. And so it's around presencing your heart, so just connecting in with the earth, making sure you're comfortable and your feet are on the ground, or if you're cross-legged, that's cool as well. Just bringing your hands either side of your heart, and just as you're focusing your heart here, just breathing in and out with your focus on the heart, and just being aware of the air between your hands. I want to bring in a sound frequency for us here as well. So this is the Tibetan bowl connected with the heart. So as you're doing that, the breath in and out, and the chi, just receiving this sound frequency. Feeling the inner smile, that inner joy of connection that we have here. Really deeply appreciating that you have facilitated for us here on Healing Our Earth. And then letting the hands come to a still place. They'll just know where to land. Presencing your own heart field. And knowing that as you're doing this, you're also connecting with everyone else here on the call and on the replay, activating your heart field with ease and grace and joy and love. Now we can take this into another arena of bringing some flow in, of letting the hands face upwards, connecting with the heavenly energy, receiving that into your heart. And then letting your hands face down towards the earth, connecting with the energy of the Great Mother, and receiving her love up through you into your heart. And let's integrate these energies using a figure of 8 movement, the infinity flow, letting the hands turn up and then go back down. See what I'm doing? Right there. So I usually do this standing, that's why I like to stand now, is feeling that beautiful flow. Creating this infinity wave, this harmony, this bliss of being. You are the dance between heaven and earth. And this movement activates so much of that within us, that recognition. We were saying earlier, honoring our body, the vessel of our bodies, to house our hearts and our souls, to enable us to birth our unique gifts and be in collaboration, in connection with other powerful, strong women, or even women that are struggling, being here to help one another, integrating the light and the dark, bringing one another into each other's hearts, and encouraging this beautiful flow of love, peace, possibility, potential, kindness, and deep bliss. Just bring your hands into a chalice and let everything settle, and make your own prayers here for a few moments. And feeling your chalice filling up with this bounty, seeing it overspilling out into the world and offering it forwards to each and every one of you, and to all those that are in your space and in your heart. You're saying, ripple out to the thousands of others that resonate with this beautiful heart frequency. Thank you so much for letting me share that at this time. Appreciate all you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Global namaste, sisters.
Thank you. Beautiful. See, we can go all into flow. It's nice that we end up like that. Amrita and Sharon, final words for everybody. While my screen is locked, I'm trying to come back. So please, final, yes, I'm back now. Somebody had locked me. Okay, Amrita, Sharon, let's thank all the contributors who came from so many countries today, and we covered all the continent except one, which was Oceania. That doesn't matter. We will find somebody over there. Encourage women in your group to be very specific which subject or a matter or an issue they would like us to cover, and or if they are an expert, what they would like to lead for us, how would they do it? So that will all be beautiful. And now, let's conclude and let's thank everybody who supported us. Over to you, Amrita and Sharon.
I'll start. It's been wonderful to be with you all today. And we are working together. I don't say let's work together. We are working together to birth a new way of being with each other, with all those in our lives. And that's what Healing Our Earth is all about. So it's just wonderful to be with you every week. And we look forward to so much more of us coming together in joy and in love. Amrita.
Thank you, Sharon. As always, you brighten up this episode at the end with the GLOWomen again. And thank you so much for being there, part of this episode. Thank you, Seemaji, for being there. As always, Amita and Lataji as well. And special thanks to Alexandra for making this episode a great success. And also Rotarian Lal Goel for having beautiful guests around. In fact, the bunch of guests we had today were in their own way with the great fragrance of talents, and that is what is depicted through GLOWomen, which is trend-setting women and fantastic women. And thank you to all the viewers for watching us, for loving us. Keep sharing, stay healthy, eat well, stay well, smile, and keep sharing with us your experiences, your love, and also new stories. We'll be bringing to you next week Healthy Life episode, Ayurveda special, Ayurveda for everyone, everywhere. Keep watching. And now let's close with Durga Stuti mantra. Sarvamangal Mangalye Shive Sarvarth Sadhike Sharne Triambike Gauri Narayani Namastate.